Alrighty, hello folks. Welcome to Voice of Cards, the Isle Dragon Roars, one of 3 games in this series for Voice of Cards, which we'll get to show all 3 during really lots of lore. And we're going to be doing this run with the Game Master, so we won't be button mashing through the Game Master doing their job, which is to talk and narrate our beloved adventure throughout this game and the following 2, which we'll be doing, I believe, next week at some point. Which I think is like Monday for Forsaken Maiden and like Wednesday, I think, for Beasts of Burden, which are the 2 longer games for the Voice of Cards games. Those will both be around 12 hours. They're also significantly more difficult than this game, but that's not to say that this game can't get challenging with things that we'll explain once we get started. So we'll be playing with the Switch on. I recently moved to the Switch 2 for this game, so this run should perform and run a lot faster. We're also going to be playing with high speed on to speed up all the animations, which is a huge time save. It cuts roughly somewhere in the neighborhood of like half an hour up to an hour off of animation times between every single fight and every single animation as we're moving around the game world and doing different things. So it's like a very huge improvement that they added post-release. That's, I want to say, like a month or 2 leading into the release of Forsaken Maiden is when they added it, because Forsaken Maiden ended up having that from the get-go going forward into the second and third game. So the other thing is you can also customize your set pieces, face cards, and things like that. Everything's going to be playing on default, except for the dice and table. We'll be using the near stuff. Then other than that, we're all set up and ready to go. So time's going to begin very soon. So we'll just go ahead and head into new game here, and we'll get ready to start the timer in a moment. So we're not going to be carrying over any data from the save thing, so we're just going to say no to this option. So we're going to start a new game. So we'll be starting with nothing. And once we get through this little bit here with the introduction, then we'll be able to start the timer here.
Good afternoon. Or should I say evening? Morning. Morning? At any rate, I'm the Game Master. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Before we begin, there is something I must tell you. You see, my job is to draw you into this world with my voice and cards, which is why I believe it best for you to play with the sound on. In fact, I insist on it. However, as you can see, my voice is subtitled, so you can always read along as well.
Yeah, so this game is going to be very friendly for the people that want to read along as well. So we're going to be playing with the subtitles, which is super nice. I'm glad about that. And
Now then,
we're going to begin very shortly.
Let's begin. Welcome to Voice of Cards. You are about to take the first steps of your adventure. Through a realm of sword and sorcery you will travel, battling bloodthirsty monsters as you strive to realize your ambitions. I have every faith you will accomplish great things here. I am merely a witness to your exploits.
Alright, so that's the general kind of flow of how things are going to go in interacting with the Game Master and the game as we go through, besides some of more your traditional elements. But
your departure draws
now our
nigh.
journey's actually going to start
Your journey
here.
be a safe one.
Alright, so timer can begin right now. So we start time on the title drop there for the Island of Bliss, which is the prologue.
We begin in a cave. The surrounding rocks are slimy with damp. It feels as if some foul creature could leap out from the shadows at any moment.
And hopefully you folks can hear the
gathers a fellowship of 3 adventurers.
hopefully you hear the Game Master doing their job. If not, let me know, and at any point I can increase the volume for them and the game in general.
One is a young woman. You can tell just by looking at her, she enjoyed a good upbringing. Another is a stoic warrior. He stands at the ready, scanning his surroundings for any sign of threat. Last but not least is the old man. He has a sagely air and gazes into the darkness stretching out before him. These adventurers seek a certain treasure hidden in this cave.
Alright, and for those that may have played the demo for this game when it was first announced, like, this stuff will be very familiar. So the game's going to explain things as we go through. We're going to be kind of skipping through that.
Towers before you. It has rather conspicuous handles.
Doesn't really matter what we do in this sense.
Takes hold of the handles,
either option leads to the same result,
but the door doesn't
just different flavor.
Budge. The stoic man winds his leg back and lets fly a powerful kick into the door. As his foot connects, the door trundles to the side. So it was one of those sliding contraptions.
Yeah, so in this world, apparently there's a sliding contraption on the door, so there'll be other odd things with this fantasy world that we'll explore.
Something leaps out at the Fellowship from the darkness.
Alright, and this will be our first taste of the introductory to the combat mechanics in the game. Not a whole lot we can do right now, so this is pretty well scripted fight at this point.
These adventurers have seen their fair share of battle and defeat their attackers with ease.
And the other thing that we haven't been told about is using the jump mechanic, but we'll get into that later.
As the trio approaches the treasure chest, an awful rumbling resounds deep in the cave. "You shall not have it," a voice growls. Before the wary trio appear creatures the likes of which they've never seen.
Alright. This is our first, like, kind of real battle. So we're gonna go ahead and take care of the skeleton first. Just because he has regen, and the slimes are just easier to take out and pose a little bit less of a threat to us. So if you've noticed on the top left, we get gems that we can spend on certain abilities. Every ability has certain costs, and that allows us to deal more damage or activate those skills or those abilities. And we need to manage those resources efficiently as much as possible, so that we can get through fights pretty quickly with the least amount of
the young woman
damage possibly taken.
Bulk to stand before the treasure chest.
The less turns we take, the better.
There is treasure inside, no doubt about it, but it's locked tight.
Alright, so obviously we just use the simple key.
The woman slides the simple key into the lock. The chest clicks open. Inside is what appears for all the world to be an ordinary medicine bottle. At last, we've retrieved the royal treasure, the old man says. The woman and warrior exchange a nod. Their quest complete, the triumphant trio put the cave behind them.
Alright, so prologue is now done. There is no notes that I wrote for prologue, because prologue, like I said, is very scripted. There's no RNG really with the prologue at all. But from this point forward, there's going to be lots of RNG. We'll have things to deal with like happenstance, which is an RNG mechanic that happens during the fight that can either you know, sway the fight in our favor or against us, so we kind of have to play around that as best we can. That is probably one of the most challenging things about speedrunning this game in general, or even on a casual experience, especially if you don't know what you're doing, because happenstance could potentially end you very quickly if you're not careful. So we're just hoping for good RNG with happenstance as well as the encounters, because we're going to be finishing the game and traversing through the game at a very under-leveled and underpowered state up until the very, very end in the last, like, 2 chapters that go by pretty quickly. And there's 7 chapters in total.
This is Castle Advent. Queen Nilla reigns over the kingdom from within its walls. In the crowded audience chamber jostle all manner of knights, adventurers, and bounty hunters. The white-robed adventurers stand close to the throne. A palace guard calls over the tumult, "Be silent. Her Royal Majesty graces us with her presence."
And yeah, the beginning of this game is going to be a little bit slow until, like, chapter 3.
The moment Queen Nilla enters the chamber. Seated upon the throne, the queen faces the crowd. Her lips part.
And that's pretty standard for all RPGs.
"Thank you all for heeding my call to slay the dragon. Whatever it takes to defeat this reawakened evil, I ask that you do it. Whomsoever conquers this beast will be honored for ages to come and handsomely rewarded." At that, the gathered crowd cheers loud enough to shake the castle's very foundations. "Leave the dragon to us, Your Majesty," say the white-robed adventurers, as if the beast's demise at their hands is assured. "Indeed, you did well to reclaim the royal treasure," the queen replies. "I thank you, for my stomach becomes most upset without it. So the treasure is a staple of the royal medicine cabinet. It puts my mind at ease to know the Ivory Order offers its aid in slaying the dragon. The trio are disciples of the Ivory Order, a charitable organization beloved the realm over. Indeed, anyone would think this illustrious trio the heroes of our tale. But they'd be wrong.
And if you're wondering why I'm staying quiet through most of it, it's because we have somebody to narrate alongside of us. So if you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them while we're going through things at a reasonable pace.
"So we just gotta slay the dragon and we'll be drowning in gold." The man trails off, drooling over unknowable fantasies. Beside him, a strange creature lets out a chirping coo. Pay attention, because this is important. There he is, or there you are, I should say, the hero of our tale. A humble bounty hunter. You love little in this realm more than coin. A seemingly tedious fellow who doesn't hesitate to claim the title of hero for yourself. When you heard about the quest to slay the dragon, it was the promise of reward that lured you to the castle. Now then, if you wish to officially register for the hunt, see me so I can get your signature. You wonder why you need to sign anything, but head for the guard anyway.
Alright, so we're immediately going to use the jump mechanic to get to the guard quickly, and that's going to be our biggest time save throughout moving across the world. So we're just going to click right on him.
"Sign here," says the guard, handing you a pen and paper.
Alright, and then we're just going to enter our name. We're going to use the default, which is Ash, which is the default name for the character, much like any of the Nier games.
Fine name.
You can just kind of name the character or the file whatever you want.
After you've signed, the guard motions to the strange creature beside you. The monster, too. You sign your companion's name as well. Mar.
Alright, so Ash and Mar are two main party
Your
members.
friend and sometimes traveling companion.
And we'll get others as we continue going through.
Though he can't speak the human tongue, he seems to understand it well enough. Thank you. Now we'll know what to have engraved on your tombstones. Can't ask the dead what name to mark their grave with, after all. The guard chortles. You want the reward as badly as you don't want to die. You figure you better make some strong friends.
Alright, so we're just going to leave.
You've yet to find any help for your quest. Things don't look that reassuring as they are, but the decision is up to you. In the end, you set out, just the two of you, to hunt the dragon.
Alright, and the way the jump works is if you're in town, you can kind of jump as far as you want, but if you're in dungeons or on the field, you can only jump a set distance.
A sign calling for people to join the hunt for the dragon. Earlier, you saw the bit about the handsome reward for whoever slays the dragon, and hightailed it to the castle.
So you'll see the restricted movement in dungeons and stuff once we get into those parts.
A woman stares at the sign, transfixed. Her face curls into a scowl as she notices you. Monster! The woman cries and flings magic at Mar. Startled by the spell, Mar grows dizzy. You whirl to the woman and shout, "What are you doing?" This ain't a monster, you growl, as the woman snarls over you, "I hate monsters." The two of you bicker for quite a while. In the end, the woman admits she may have jumped to conclusions, but stubbornly refuses to apologize. Inwardly, you call her unsavory names as your attention shifts to a different topic of conversation. Turns out she really hates the dragon and would love to take him down with her own two hands. But she knows she's no match for him alone, so she's at a loss for what to do. When you tell her you're after the same thing, she squints down her nose at you. "Fine," she says. "I can help you." She's a little annoying, but you are looking for quest companions.
Melanie here is going to be absolutely god tier for this run, by the way, as we get going alongside Mar, who's maybe useless at the early parts of the game right now.
"I only want to see the dragon dead. I don't care about anything else," she mutters. You overhear her remarks and grin without thinking. Then you don't care about getting a share of the reward. That suits you perfectly. You happily join forces with the black-clad woman. She introduces herself as Melanie. She tells you she is a witch, but says nothing of why she hates monsters or what grudge she bears against the dragon.
Alright, so we're gonna leave down here. And then we're going to immediately jump to the next town. And the game's gonna tell us about some stuff. We're gonna ignore that for now. And go into next in here. And then we're going to immediately go here.
A woman sits hunched over by the side of the road. Upon catching sight of you, she calls out for your aid. She's sprained her ankle and needs you to take her to the nearby apothecary. We're a little busy, you say. You make to leave, but Melanie stands in your way. What kind of person are you? She snaps. Ain't like it's my fault she's hurt. You whine like a child. Ignoring you, Melanie gingerly helps the woman up. Mar bends so the woman can get on his back, and the two of them head off in search of the apothecary.
Now,
You watch them walk
all the
away
options
for a moment
that we
before
had,
following,
they all lead into different
complaining
flavor
to
texts.
yourself about what a
And this
waste of
just
time
skips
this
the choice that we would have to made with the menu to select Mar as who's going to carry her, and it just automatically does it. But obviously makes us feel really bad about doing it that way.
You arrive at the apothecary. After taking a curative, the woman begins hopping up and down. Nothing holds a candle to Ivory Order medicine, she beams. She thanks you and pulls something from her breast pocket.
Alright. So these mysterious cards are irrelevant
You've
to this
helped
speedrun,
someone,
but
albeit not
if you were
quite
going
out
for
of
like the
goodness of your
100%
own
clear
heart.
and things like that, there would be a
It
bunch of
might
side
be a
quests
good
and things you
idea
have to do
that again.
to
Should you
collect
come
them.
across anyone else in need of assistance.
And those are
if you
related
do, I'm
to
sure
one
something
of
good
many
will happen.
endings that you can get in this game. So we're going to say no to viewing our menu because we don't need to, and then we're going to head on out of here.
As your eyes roam everywhere but the path you walk, you barrel right into someone. When you turn to see who it is, you see the Ivory Order trio from the castle. Winifred, are you all right? The sagely old man asks the woman, voice full of concern. I'm fine, the woman called Winifred replies. Thank you, Hedwin. Berwin, the old man calls, turning to their stoic companion. He jerks forward, as if to defend Hedwin and Winifred. The trio advances on you. How dare you treat disciples of the Ivory Order with such disrespect? You fall to your hands and knees, pressing your forehead to the dirt in supplication. I offer my life as restitution, you sob. Winifred stares at you, bewildered you would go to such ridiculous lengths to apologize. Muttering a half-hearted apology, you try to keep walking. But that's when you notice something in your hand. Looks like you accidentally grabbed Winifred's coin purse when you ran into her.
Yeah, accidentally grabbed her money. Not like we're a
Chief,
klepto, eh?
bellows Berwin, drawing his weapon. Guess you've got to fight your way past.
Alright, and we know how strong the trio is because they made the
Let's do
prologue seem
this.
relatively easy. And they're significantly stronger than us at this stage in the game. So we're gonna end up dying, and try to die as quickly as possible by doing nothing. This will be one of the only forced deaths that we try to go for, because it won't actually game over us, unlike the rest of them. Yeah, it just conveniently fell into our hands.
The Ivory Order laid you out flat. The Ivory Order trio looks at you like they can't believe such a weakling would even try to hunt down the dragon. Taking pity on your ineptitude, the Ivory Order trio uses their magic to heal your wounds. We mustn't tarry any longer. To the monster researcher of Thriston with us, Hedwin urges his companions and the trio depart.
Things will start picking up once we get through chapter 2 and 3, as I mentioned.
Aimless
But
wandering
we're
can
still
be
getting
fun,
introduced to the
But if
story.
you want purpose and direction, I'd suggest sticking to the path.
Alright, so first things first, we're going to move up here. There's going to be random encounters from here on in as well when we're out on the field and in certain dungeons and things, so we're going to try to deal with them as best we can. We also got this is a forced fight, introducing us to general combat and the resource mechanic. It's not really relevant in the prologue as much, because it's very scripted. But from here on, after some of these forced encounters in this Chapter 1 section, which is relatively short, things can go pretty sideways very quickly if we're not paying attention, and RNG doesn't want to cooperate with us. So we got defense down, which is bad. But just kind of teaching us some of the status effects and things like that. And if you haven't actually gotten the tutorial for some of the status effects that we'll run into later, then it'll let you see it the first time. Anytime it asks me to go to the inventory, I'm generally going to say no. We're going to be picking up some items along the way, and then we're going to head up towards the town. I want to get into another random encounter before the next guaranteed fight. Because I do want an ability here to use to help with the forced encounter just before we enter the next town, which is a bit difficult to do without a level up, which will give us access to Melody's next spell, which is very good for us this early in the game.
You kick a rock
But,
down the road, muttering about what jerks
expecting
those
certain
three from the
fights,
Ivory
depending
Order.
on the RNG for encounters, could be good or bad in
Cut
some
it out,
situations.
chides Melanie. She warns you your anger will only come back to bite you in the rear.
Yeah, the chest location items are always set, but you can get other items through pure
And out of
RNG
the
or
thicket
through winning
leaps
sites.
A monster. The rock you kicked must have hit it, because it is really mad.
So the
Brace
entire run
yourself
is routed
for
around
battle.
the guaranteed stuff that we can get, rather than the RNG stuff.
And fight.
So we try to route everything around the fact that we can't rely on the RNG at all. And since we didn't get the extra encounter normally before this fight, we didn't get Melanie's level up, so this fight's still doable. It's just, if he attacks Melanie and kills her, then it makes this fight significantly harder. So we're gonna heal up instead of attacking, because I want to avoid needing to heal going to the inn in town to heal up instead, which will skip some dialogue that we don't necessarily need to listen to. So unless it's relevant to the story, I'm going to be skipping most of the dialogue, but anyways. And I don't care that Melanie got attacked, because once she gets this level up, she's going to get a full heal anyways. As long as she doesn't get killed. And we're going to say no to like the tutorial on the establishments and what they do. We're just going to immediately go where we need to go here.
Cyprian Ambre, I'm sorry, Cyprian Amber, has lived here for many years, conducting research on monsters. All the townsfolk affectionately call him Cypri. If anyone knows anything about the dragon, it's him. He's a veritable monster expert. You ask Cypri if he knows anything about the dragon. He says he'll tell you if you do him a favor. The monsters stole a precious treasure from him.
Yeah. All treasure chests that we find in the world are set locations and set drops, unless they're related to some of the RNG quests.
Cypri promises to tell you all he knows about the dragon. It seems The treasure-thieving monster makes its hideout in the western cave. That's where you'll want to head.
And we want to make sure we're at least level 3 before entering the cave, because that is going to be the difficulty of that
How may
place.
I help you?
We're going to go into the shop
Practice
here,
inquires.
and we're going to buy a torch, is what we need to be able to traverse the dungeon, or the game's going to get really furious at us and not let us progress. So that's all we need to do for right now.
Will that be all? The proprietress asks.
And then we're going to jump our way out of the town. And then we're going to go pick up the side quest here, and that's going to give us a guaranteed item in a little bit later. And we want to do this now so that, because we're closer up here,
You come
we
across two
can
men
use the
sitting
jump
on a rock.
mechanic to move to
They
anywhere
take
that we
no
have
notice
access
of
to
you or the
and
party,
have explored.
But you can hear their fervent discussion. You listen in and deduce that they are a pair of thieves. You lean in, trying to hear what else the thieves are talking about. I hid the goods. Head south just before the bridge. No, whatever ye do, don't go into the bewildering wood. It sounds like they've just told you where to find their stolen loot. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away.
Alright, so now that we have that, we're going to immediately head back over here and then head west to the cave. And then, obviously, we want to get another encounter, as I mentioned earlier, because we want to get Melanie up into the level 3 range so we can get our next spell. And the next spell will give us an advantage on weakness against some enemies. We got a full heal and we got our spell, and Ash also got a pretty important spell this early. So we want to be a level 3, but we already hit that, so we're good.
Light can't reach the furthest depths of the cave. It may be impossible to proceed without a torch.
So we're going to use the torch.
Light the torch. It'll be much easier to explore now with your surroundings better illuminated. Though the torch lights your immediate surroundings, you still cannot peer far into the distance.
Yeah, so now we have restricted movement, as I mentioned, in dungeons and things like that. So we're going to be picking up some items while we're in here that'll be pretty useful this early on. Maybe not all that useful this early for some of them, but it will be useful over time. And we're not going to run away from any encounters this early on, because if we take as many early encounters as we can, it'll make the rest of the game a bit easier.
Beneath your feet. You look
And
down
potentially save us a good
is
chunk of
littered
time.
with empty medicine bottles.
Because the later fights are significantly harder, and if we're under-leveled by a significant margin that we already are going to be under-leveled for, then
Never forget.
we're relying heavily on good rolls, which ideally if you've played like a game with a dice roll mechanic involved with dealing damage and things, you don't want to leave everything up to chance. So having those level advantages is super nice. But anyways, we pick up that little side quest thingy. I don't know what else to call it. And then that'll allow us to get a bellwether that we'll use later on.
And fire.
So we want to keep Melanie healthy, so we're going to spend a turn to heal her. Because we don't have much health to begin with, so we're going to make sure that we take every advantage over that. And since Mar had enough damage to bypass the armor amount that he had, which is in the lower right-hand corner, we were guaranteed to hit the flat damage that we needed. So we grabbed this oil pot, which will be somewhat useful in some later encounters if we need it. It acts sort of like a bit of a buff here. And then we're going to pick up some items. We're going to kind of cheat around corners using the jump mechanic since we have that restricted movement, and since every time we move, we get to see every spot around us. We take advantage of that. Okay, so unfortunately that's a bad roll, but that's increased damage on our base attack, which is still more ideal even if it is that case against an enemy that's already weak to that element. But again, we don't want to heavily rely on dice rolls for everything for damage, so that's why we want to try to use as much use our resources effectively, essentially. So he had 5 health, Melanie had 9, he had 5 armor, so the reduction would have made her deal 4, which is not enough to kill, which is why we casted fire. We also need to grab this money, because we'll be doing a shopping trip a bit later in Chapter 2, before we get to Chapter 3. And then we want to see that door there, and then move back up here, because we need the key to get through it. And again, spend a turn to heal Melanie, so she's not in possible danger. Because enemies this early can hit you for a lot of damage when we don't have as much HP this early on. Especially if our rolls are really bad. And since without the jump mechanic, you can only move up, down, left, and right. We use the jump mechanic so we can get around corners and then jump bigger distances when moving to save time. And we can get random crits, which is another thing. We just don't want them during when we're about to kill an enemy regardless, because they just add extra animation time. So we want them on initial dealing of damage, but not necessarily on every attack, only the ones that matter.
The door is shut tight. It seems some strange force keeps it barred. Upon closer examination of the door, you spot a cavity that looks like some sort of sphere should go there. You put the magic sphere into the cavity, and the door opens.
Then we're gonna grab this chest and then go up the stairs. We're gonna be grabbing all of these elixirs, because if we do lose a party member in combat, it'll be our only way to revive them. And kind of get ourselves out of potentially sticky situations, which will happen. I just don't know when. But there is some forced encounters that could potentially be pretty fatal to us. So again, heal up Melanie, since she's the weakest party member with the lowest HP right now, and armor. And then focus down on the enemies. We're leaving the skeleton for last every time because, again, he heals every turn, so if we can't kill him that turn, there's no point for us to try to deal damage to him, kill him, if we know for sure that we won't be able to in that turn by focusing. So we just kind of want to set ourselves up for the best possible success, even if our rolls and damage going out isn't that great.
A claret trail leads you deeper into the cave. Was the walking wounded a monster or a human? A knot forms in your gut. You raise the torch to get a better look at your surroundings. The walls have been gouged and scarred as far as you can see. Another message comes into view, written in tiny letters among the scars. I will find you. What horrors transpired here?
We're gonna cut over here. Grab this Numbstay ring. And then we're going to go ahead and equip this on Ash here. Just going to give him a stat boost to give him a little bit more agility, which is super nice, and protects against paralyze. And we're going to head back over this way.
And fight.
Alright, so over here, our obvious threat is the Ogre. I need to heal Mar, though, because he could die from the Ogre attacking this turn on him. And Slifer is really good against the Ogre. Because he's weak to it. Again, leaving the skeleton for last because we don't want to... We want to deal with the other more important threats first, and the Ogre being the stronger threat. He's the one we want to take out. So, good hit. Ogre's done, now we can deal with the skeleton. And Mar's ability there for that dice roll is dealing flat damage to him, which skips the armor, which is going to come in handy with enemies that are going to be very tanky with us being underleveled. So just something to keep in mind. So, oops. Need to cut down over here, and we need to go get this,
You press on,
bellwether.
deeper into the cave. Light floods into the chamber, illuminating a scene so startling, you nearly drop the torch altogether. Two mummified bodies lie close beside one another, their hands clasped together. Beside them, a message written in blood. We leave together. Perhaps they were lovers? Whatever the case, you notice the bellwether nestled in their hands. You gently pry it free, bend a knee, and say a small prayer for the dearly departed.
Alright, so now that we have the bellwether, we can just jump back over the wall here, and then head back down to the objective here.
About the enemy.
Alright, so we're gonna heal Melanie. Because again, anytime she gets low like that, we want to make sure she's topped up. She's a very valuable party member right now, along with Ash. Mar is less of a consequence right now. She's going to be a bit more useful in Chapter 2 and 3 and going forward towards late game, but not so much at this point, this early in the game.
You make to open the chest, but an ominous voice echoes around you. I will not relinquish my horde. The next instant,
Alright, so this will be a
something leaps
guaranteed
at you
boss fight
out
here.
from the darkness.
Alright, so first things first, I hit him with lightning. Kind of boost our damage a little bit here. He has quite a bit of HP. You can also have that paralyze, and like I said, having the anti-paralyze ring on Ash is useful, so that we have our healer kind of still available. bit here. He does deal flat damage too, so we want to stay above 10 so that we don't accidentally die. And we're going to jump the armor here with the dice roll on Mars since he has 8. Because we would have only dealt minimum of 4 anyway, so it's worth trying to go for the RNG roll. So unfortunately, Melanie got paralyzed. We're gonna get the information about that there. So I don't think I have an anti-paralyze right now, which is a bit unfortunate. So I'm just gonna make them take 5 extra damage on fire, and then hope the paralyze wears off shortly. Unfortunate, because the damage all skill is very bad. Alright, that was a good roll. Okay, I definitely need to heal Melanie because she's under 10. Or 10 or under. So that if he does Umbra Spear, it doesn't actually KO them. Alright, we got a crit on that, which is good. Okay, that's removed, so then we can heal Mar. And this is one of the more... This is like one of the first tricky fights here. So as long as he doesn't get a crit, we'll be okay. And fortunately, the Pygmy got paralyzed, and it didn't wear off sooner, but it's fine. Sometimes we could have a paralyzed item drop from one of the random encounters we had earlier, but most times you can't rely on those item drops to begin with, so... Kind of why we're rotated around the guaranteed stuff. Okay, unfortunately he dodged there, which is not good. So we need to heal Melanie here. Alright, we got a crit on heal, which is good.
I was lucky.
Okay, darkness to all. Our dodged, which is good. We're gonna go for a roll on Zephyr. A little bit unfortunate on the low damage roll there, but it could potentially crit, which usually it does, but that's not guarantee, as I said. Just wish my dice roll wasn't as low. Okay, everybody's a bit wounded, which is not very good if he does another AoE again. I need to get everybody back up to health here. So another bat roll. Go for the heal. Yeah, and keeping everybody above 10. Fortunately dodged. Okay, good roll from Mar. No crit, unfortunately, to finish that off, which is a bit sad. We can go for the kill here on Lightning Strike with a decent roll. There we go. Got exactly the minimum roll there.
The monster defeated, you turn toward the treasure chest. And see those Ivory Order jerks rooting through it. You rush over, but you're too late to stop them. Sweet of you to take care of the monsters for us, trills Winifred, favoring you with a smile. Tucking the spoils from the chest safely into a bag, the Ivory Order trio stroll away whence they came. Knowing you couldn't stop them if you tried, you can do nothing but stand slack-jawed and watch them go. The chest is empty, save for a ragged doll. Nice of them to leave us the trash, you grumble in irritation. For some reason, Melanie picks up the ragged doll. Your shoulders slump. All that effort, and this is all you get to show for it? You find nothing else even close to treasure. Hope Cypri is ready for bad news. Leave now.
So we're going to leave.
You left.
Get a free exit without walking back through the dungeon. And we're going to jump right back to town here. I believe we're low enough HP that it's worth visiting the inn, unfortunately. I would have liked to avoid the inn,
if it isn't
but
the head of the National Inn
might as well get our free heal now.
Son, the innkeeper. You've clearly been mistaken for someone else, but the innkeeper looks so excited that you dare not burst her bubble. Your room. The party leaves the inn feeling rested. Were you able to find my treasure? Cypri asks. This is all we found, says Melanie, withdrawing the ragged doll. Cypri's eyes widen as soon as he sees the doll, and he reaches out to take it. Without breaking his gaze away from the doll, he begins to speak. Cypri tells you he gifted this doll to his young daughter a long time ago, but she fell gravely ill and died. Since then, Cypri has treasured this doll as he treasured his daughter. Then the monsters took it from him. Cypri turns to Melanie, his head bowed deeply in gratitude. So you reclaimed the treasure by complete accident. You step closer to Cypri. So, the reward's cash, right? You rudely inquire. Oh, I haven't 2 coins to rub together, says Cypri with a great belly laugh. Instead, he offers knowledge. Far to the east of town is a place called Unionville, where monsters and humans live together in harmony. According to Cypri, you might be able to learn something there, as the dragon and monsters are not totally unrelated. Upon hearing that, you turn on your heel to leave. Cypri calls out to stop you. Journeying to Unionville entails traversing the dense expanse of the bewildering wood. You'll need this, he says, and holds out something for you.
Pick up the woodland flute.
You won't make it through the bewildering wood without it, Cypri says. Your sights set on the distant Unionville, you resolve to navigate through the bewildering wood.
So now we're going to exit town. That ends chapter 1. So between each chapter, we have sort of like these little recaps, which are kind of enjoyable. Give you a bit of a summary of what transpired. All right. How are we doing so far, chat? All right, so now we can go back up here and jump, like I said, now that we have access to about here. And we're gonna head into the Bewildering Woods in a moment. Do this random encounter, because again, I'm going to take all the early fights I can get so that I'm not too weak. And I want to hit a certain level before I get to the next actual town. Because there is a boss fight that we have to do that would be very difficult if I wasn't at a certain level to get access to Melanie's next spell, which very important for that boss fight. Doing that boss fight without it leaves us entirely at the mercy of happenstance and RNG, and I really don't want to be in that situation. Up. They have cure status. The RNG at the item drops always frustrates me. So again, I just picked the first option.
Scrap of paper in your pack.
And then now we got that side quest thing that I was talking about. We can go and get the treasure from that as we get ready to go into the Bewildering Woods here. But before we do that, we're gonna go pick it up. It's just down south of it, as they mentioned. Good crit.
That was lucky.
Getting decent rolls. Hopefully we get more decent rolls going into the fights that matter more for him. Okay, damage to all enemies is really good for Mar. Not as useful right now with the low damage that he deals.
Something's catching the sunlight just so you find something. Sure enough, this is the loc. Quite convinced you found their stash.
We got the breastplate, and we skipped through that because again, it's not relevant to the main story. So we're just gonna head into the Bewildering Woods and then let the
A thick fog impedes your vision. You surmise
Game Master do their job.
No small part why they call it the Bewildering Wood.
So what you need to do right now is I need to equip that breastplate to Mar, which will a bit more defense there. We're going to go through the Bewildering Wood. I hope that we don't get too many RNG encounters here, because these are a bit stronger, quite a bit stronger enemies, especially with some of them that we could run into. And they have significantly higher defense as well, which is not great for us. Those early levels help great deal going forward this section.
Oh?
A good roll on Mars attack there to bypass that armor.
A message is written on the sign. Seek out the Force Stealer hidden deep in these woods. About the enemy.
Not much we can do there. This is a very scary enemy to us very early on here. Deals so much absurd damage. This is kind of where Mark kind of shines a little bit in the early game, just because he can kind of jump over their armor with the flat damage roll. Here all is good. So now we got that path open. We can just head on up here to the steel that we're going to be going to. We're going to be heading to all four corners of this forest here to get through. Fortunately, not a very good roll on that, but it's fine. Costs us an extra turn. Gotta heal Melanie here, and then Mar will finish him off. Just because I want to make sure that we don't lose Melanie at any point. Yeah, the games are really good. This first game was a lot of fun. The second and third game are probably my favorites for a variety of reasons, but very good games nonetheless. We grab this 500 bucks here, and then we head up over to the Stela.
You have found the Northern Stela. It doesn't look particularly special. You resolve to touch it anyhow.
Alright, so now that we're gonna got that one, we can head southwest now. Because as we go through here and hit those points, it'll unlock certain areas of the forest, and we're just gonna navigate things as efficiently as possible. Because we want to get out of this section as quickly as possible and not possibly die to these enemies. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're dealing enough damage and gaining the levels from these random encounters instead of skipping them. Because, like I said, we kind of need Melanie to hit the a certain level so that we have access to our next magic spell before we get to a boss fight. So, once we at least get to that level, then we can start running away from encounters for a bit, but until then we want to just do the fight. And you're guaranteed to deal 1 damage, even if they basically fully block your attack, unless somehow they miss. So just something to keep in mind. We're gonna head down over here. Some items that we want to grab while we're down here as well that are very valuable to us, so we want to make sure we get those. Every item this early on, very important to us. Very good roll. We're getting a lot of useless junk items there. Not a huge deal, but again, we're not really routed around the RNG drops. We're routed around the stuff that we can actually obtain.
You have found the Southern Stela. You smack it and hear a sound off to the west. You'd best head that way next.
Alright, so now that we got that, we can use our restricted camera to jump back up here. We're going to pick up the Windstay ring from this chest. And then we're going to jump over here and then to the Stela across the water here. But then you got a random encounter again.
About the enemy.
Thankfully, a slightly easier fight. One-shot that guy. And then Omar. Ash isn't really going to do much damage to the tree, and then the body slam instead. Hoping that Melanie gets her next level soon.
You have found the Western Stela, which you swear up and down was not here when you came in. Nevertheless, you give it a smack.
Alright, so the next thing we need to do is I need to actually go into my items here. I need to heal Melanie because she's at 5, and I can't guarantee that she won't get hit on the incoming possible RNG fight. Want to... Oops, that's not where I was trying to tell it to go. So we're heading on down here. We can get another Stela.
You hear a beautiful melody flowing from the forest depths.
So we're gonna
Sounds
ignore this
to your imagination. You decide
happenstance
to ignore
encounter here.
it. A short moment later, you have found the Eastern Stela. You see the words "Melody of Fortune" chiseled into the corner. You have investigated all 4 of the Stela in the bewildering wood. You hear a sound, and it's not all that far away.
Alright, so surprisingly, that being our first happenstance encounter, that's not bad, because usually I have like 3 or 4 by this point, and we've only gotten our first one now. So, that's pretty good RNG on that front. The random encounters are being very aggressive though, compared to the random events. It's a bit on the unfortunate side for us, but I will take more encounters over random events.
Nice work.
Solid roll, which is good. Very good roll for Ash there. Boom. Exacxies. Alright, so we got the spell that I was hoping to get before we finish this area, before the next boss, so we're on track.
You examine the Stela.
Good for XP
Message
and levels.
carved into the Stela reads, "Play in tune with the forest." You hold the woodland flute you received from the good doctor in Thriston. Doot 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 doodly doot 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 doo. You blow a handful of pleasant enough notes into
I
the
almost
woodland
guarantee you would have heard the game masters from the Voice of Cards games in other things for sure.
You soon become aware of accompanying percussion, which reveals itself to be a series of impeccably timed footfalls racing toward you.
I don't remember off the top of
A
my
young
head
woman
who does
appears
the game
before
master
you.
voice in this
That
game in
was
particular, but I'm
absolutely
sure somebody
dreadful,
can quickly
she
go and find
whinges,
that.
her jaunty gait betraying her enjoyment. She calls herself Riddis and declares herself a woodlander, resident of the bewildering wood. By sheer coincidence, the flute on which you played those notes was one designed to call the woodland people to your side. Stunned by your good fortune, you ask Riddis to lead you eastward out of the forest. What luck! She agrees far more readily than you ever anticipated. But, she continues, extending her hand, you'll have to hand over the woodland flute first. You hand over the flute, firmly restating that she may have it on the condition she leads you out of the bewildering wood. Riddis plucks the woodland flute out of your hands with glee and begins playing it as she skips away. Well, playing is a generous term. It sounds as though she may as well be murdering the poor thing.
Abercorn? Yeah, I had a
Riddis makes it
feeling.
clear that the
I just
facts
wasn't
lay
sure,
out of
so I
the
wasn't
woods
gonna
of
say who it was.
where she lives. It's that-a-way, Riddis says gleefully, pointing past the
The other
Stela
games have
before you.
pretty well-known voices as well. They picked really good people to use as the game masters for all 3 Voice of Cards games. Because 90% of the game is voice acted. for like everything you could possibly think of. Alright, so we're gonna exit Woodland here, and we're gonna do some shopping for the first time in a run.
Welcome to Woodland, Riddis says, gesturing out over the village. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy for the rest of the day, so you'll have to wait till tomorrow to leave the forest, she says, and makes her way home.
Alright, so instead of going to the inn to rest, we're going to go to the armor.
How may I help you?
And buy some gear.
Inquires.
So we need the mercenary sword, and equip that to Ash to bump his damage up. We need to do all this stuff. It's very necessary for us to survive. And then we need to get our equipment for everybody. The only person that we're not really going to be buying anything for is Mar. Just don't have enough money for that.
Will that be all? The
And we're going to
proprietor
sell off
asks.
any old gear so it's not taking up inventory spots for us. And we can get a little bit of money back. Have some items that we don't necessarily need. Get rid of those. And that's it. Anything else? Okay, and then we need to equip some rings. I'm trying to remember what I need to do here. We need the Windstay ring on Mar, which I didn't already equip. Speed. And we can head to the inn.
Been a while since we've had any outsiders, the innkeeper says, beckoning the party inside. It turns out this inn is simply a place where the poor, lost souls trapped in the bewildering wood may recover. You may stay as long as you like, free of charge. The wooden dining table practically groans under the weight of the platters upon it, all brimming with meats and vegetables from the bewildering wood. I've certainly earned this, you say to yourself, as you slide into your seat at the table, positively drooling over the feast before you. Melanie takes no note of your boorish behavior, uttering a small prayer of thanksgiving before reaching for a plate of vegetables. Mar sits, eyes fixed on the food upon the table, statuesque in his stillness. What a good boy. Mar clears the entire table in a matter of seconds, even emptying the water barrel in a single gulp. He lets out a self-satisfied burp that sends a small jet of just-drank water arcing out onto the floor. The sun sinks low, and the day draws to a close. A scream pierces the silence. Fire! You leap out of bed, adrenaline coursing through your veins. The others follow suit, and before long you've burst through the front door and into the street. Riddis's house is ablaze, a nearby villager screams.
We gotta go put that fire out. Going to jump on up here. I'm gonna make a quick safety save just in case. We're gonna save over spot 1. Back up. Then go into the slate.
My mother is still inside, Riddis shrieks, darting past you to fetch water from the well south of the village.
But yeah, we want to make sure we're level 5 first before we do this, so that, like I said, we have that spell.
Ridis is
We're going to make
gathering
use of it in this
water in an
upcoming
attempt
fight.
to fight the blaze all on her own. Mars' eyes light up. He scrambles over the edge of the well and sucks the well dry in an instant. He pokes at his swollen belly and gestures toward Ridis's house, as if to say, "Get me back there, quick."
So now we can just jump immediately back over here.
Mar douses the house with the water he sucked up from the well. The fire is reduced to mere embers, and all is well. Or so you think. Something darts out from behind the house and attacks.
Alright, so this will be our first instance of happenstance during a fight. So everybody's got 2 armor on allies only, which is very good for us, so we'll hope that happenstance helps during this fight, and we have access to freeze, which is what we're going to mainly try to trigger the freezes on for double damage. And it's a weakness to this boss, which is again why we really want to make sure that we have that spell for this fight, because of the recovery that the boss also has. And then save our resources for when we need to heal or when Melanie gets her turn. This boss can do a lot of damage very quickly and has an AoE that can basically kill us in one shot if we're not careful, depending on how the happenstance cooperates with us. So not very lucky on the freeze rolls, because we need to roll at least a 5. Want to make sure that everybody stays above 15, at the very least. Because if happenstance happens to roll a buff for the Pyro Wolf to deal increased fire damage to us, then we're in for some hot water. Alright, good hit, we got the roll, and a crit. So now the next hit will deal double damage, so we're going to go for a body slam double, and hopefully get a decent roll. That's unfortunate, so it only deals 8. And then we're going to heal Melanie over Mar, because, again, she's the lowest HP and lowest defense character now. Our glass cannon alive. She's the most important character for this fight anyways. And just having that spell makes this fight significantly easier to get through than without it, because we need to deal enough damage that we can kind of bypass the recovery per turn. Since the Pyro Wolf has pretty high armor this early in the run. Go. Makes the fight feel very easy when happenstance cooperates, and I'm thankful it did. That was very good.
The fiery beast dispatched, you return to putting out the last of the blaze with Mars' help. Ridis's mother, now safe, tells you the creature came out of nowhere and set the house aflame. What would bring a creature of fire to a place like this, you wonder? Light breaks on a new day, and the commotion of the fire feels but a nightmare. You lead your party to Ridis's house to ask for safe passage out of the bewildering wood.
Alright, so we gotta go back to Ridis's place.
Though spared from complete collapse, Ridis's home has been thoroughly scorched. Ridis sits alone in one of its rooms, the air thick with the smell of char. There shouldn't be any fire creatures for miles, she grumbles. She says the monster appeared while she was playing the woodland flute last night. As to why any monsters, let alone fire monsters, appeared, well... Despite the circumstances, you ask Ridis to lead you out of the bewildering wood as promised. I did promise that, didn't I? She says wearily, rising from her seat. The poor girl is clearly still in shock. Why do you want to venture out beyond the bewildering wood anyway? She inquires, as she gathers this and that in preparation to leave. We are in search of the dragon, you say valiantly, adding, the reward will be significant should we defeat him. Honesty is the best policy. Sounds like a real risky way to make a living, she replies flatly, feigning interest. A group of Ivory Order people came through here just the other day, she explains. You connect the dots with malice. Those three, you seethe. At last, Ridis is ready to depart for the edge of the bewildering wood.
Alright, so we got our first additional party member aside from Melanie. So now, because we can only have 3 party members, we're going to have to set up our party. We want to have Ash, Ridis, and Melanie in our party at this point, and we want to switch the equipment off of Mar. Give the... get the ring off, and give that to Ridis here so that she has speed.
This road takes you to the east side of the bewildering wood, but you'd be hard-pressed to find your way without a woodlander's help, the guard warns. Upon seeing that Ridis is with you, he steps aside and lets you through.
Or the fact that we kind of just went around him using the jump mechanic.
The eastern portion of the woods certainly does not want for thick, soupy fog.
If you had approached him any other way, we would have had him muley into the exit. So it just kind of saves us a tiny bit of time.
Ready to lead the party deeper into the bewildering wood. Wait just a moment, you lot, calls the voice of an older man from somewhere behind you. Ridis appears to be familiar with him. She calls him Mr. O. Here you are, young lady, he says, handing her a slip of paper.
1 million?
Further, Mr. O explains, Ridis did not have a fire insurance policy at the time of the conflagration.
That's some expensive
and so
insurance.
She shall have to pay in full. I'll thank you kindly to pay by the end of the month. Bye now, Mr. O says, receding from view as he returns to the forest. Hee. Ridis lets out a bemused chuckle, her demeanor remarkably calm for what has just transpired. She pulls the woodland flute from her cloak and begins softly playing. Ridis's ear-splitting performance, shall we say, draws monsters out from behind the trees. Within moments, they are nearly upon you.
Another scripted fight. Alright, we're gonna go for a quick shot. And we're gonna go for a flame here. And then finish off this guy. He's gotta heal, potentially. Well, he didn't heal. He usually would, especially on low life there. Ridis has enough damage to kind of deal a good amount with her basic attack, which is kind of why we want her in the party over Mar, because we don't have to rely as heavily on dice rolls to get around it.
I must have made a mistake, Ridis says, burying her face in her old book once more. She opens the book to a particular page and thrusts it in your face. You can't tell anyone in the village I let you see this, okay? It's a page of sheet music with a note scrawled beside it that reads, "Play this lucky tune to reverse your financial fortunes and make money woes a thing of the past." No matter how many times I played this last night, our debt never went down, she fumes, incensed. You inspect the page a bit more carefully. Off in a corner, in letters so small as to be illegible, another message reads, "May summon monsters if played incorrectly." You finally see that so long as Ridis holds the flute, this is nothing more than a monster conjuring melody.
And in an RPG, that's a great way to get money.
You snatch the woodland flute from her hand.
Yeah, just
You have lost your
game having its little
flute-playing
fun
privileges, you inform her.
moments where it kind of pokes at the stupidity of Ridis.
But I'll never escape from this mountain of debt without it, she cries, clearly still believing in the melody of fortune. Melanie quietly opines that while Ridis is many things, bright
She's very
is not
optimistic,
one of
but
them.
not very bright, fortunately. We're going to be picking up a few items here and then heading straight to the exit.
About the enemy.
Main threat is going to be her first. Want to deal with her as quickly as possible. Just kind of hoping for better rolls. Not enough damage. We'll go for the Ent here. Have Melanie finish off her.
That
It was
lucky.
unfortunate the crit was there. I would have rathered it be on a different enemy. Okay, Ridis is down, which is not a big deal. We'll come back with 1 HP once we win the fight here. Go for this enemy, and then let Melanie take care of the enemy. Hoping he doesn't decide to heal. Marge got a full health, so did Ash, so we didn't need to bother reviving. Good. Gonna kind of save all of our elixirs, because we definitely might need them. Worth a good chunk of money as well. So, kind of important to keep that stuff in mind.
Trees bearing very solid-looking nuts whip to and fro in the force of the gale. This doesn't bode well for you.
Alright, so we just need to avoid damage.
Poor
We didn't.
Mar clutches the spot, eyes tearing up from the
We're
blood.
unfortunate that that happened. There's supposed to be an item somewhere and I'm missing it. Down here, I believe. Kind of went around the sort of roundabout way. Oh. Ridis did not. Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, it was Mar that leveled up, not her. Okay. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's fine. Thought it was. No, that's fine. Worry too much about that. We have the damage we need with the other characters. We can just waste a turn here to heal her, just in case.
Congrats.
Might be able to get the level for her once we get out of here. You want to ignore this again? Really just don't want to deal with the events. The next chain here. Head out. Out this way.
Nice work.
Corner and then head on out.
Here,
The Stila.
Ritis chirps, pushing overgrown boughs and shrubs aside. As she does, a hidden path out of the bewildering wood comes into view.
Right. So once we exit, we'll be heading into chapter 3.
At last, you are free of the bewildering wood. Praise the power of the woodlanders, you squeal in admiration of Ritis. She giggles bashfully. You've
I
certainly
got chapter
kept your
3
promise,
and the rest of the
say.
game to finish, so
Thank
5
you
more
for
chapters to
showing
go.
us the way. I was hoping I could join you on your quest to defeat the dragon, Ritis suddenly blurts out. She takes out her old book and thrusts another page in your face. This week's creature of fortune is the dragon. Boons may befall those who encounter him. Melanie's jaw goes slack. What is the deal with this book? Melanie asks, bewildered. I can probably pay off my debt if we can just defeat the dragon, Ritis chirps, revealing her true intentions. No, I won't dilute my share of the riches any further. No more additions to the party, you bark. Have you no heart? Are you just going to leave a young helpless girl like me to drown in an ocean of debt and deal with that crusty old man? Ritis fires back relentlessly. I want to go. No. So goes the endless chorus of your thoroughly unproductive argument. Melanie calmly reminds you that the party in its current form stands little chance of defeating the dragon. See, you need me, Ritis says, sensing an opportunity. Your well-reasoned argument of no thwarted, you nod your head in resignation and welcome Ritis to the party.
Alright, now we officially have Ritis in the party for the rest of the game. And that ends chapter 2. So far, seems like we're making pretty good pace. RNG for the encounters and the events have been pretty okay so far. Happenstance has been really nice. We've gotten half-decent rolls with our in combat, which I'm pretty happy about. But having played this game for many, many hundreds of hours, writing my notes and updating them over the years, I do know how quickly some of these encounters and things can go sideways, even if you're well prepped and knowledgeable about things. Because there's a lot of RNG to put up with in this game. So using the jump here, even if we're moving
Lying in
one
the
tile, is
grass,
generally
find an old
faster unless we're going
telescope.
straight up or down.
Figure a look at the path ahead can't hurt, and pick it up.
So that is kind of why we do that. So we ended up getting a random event here, which is not great
Peering
for
through
us.
the all you know is there's something
So
up
we're just
ahead.
going to go
You
around
should,
it,
figuring it's best not
so
to
we're
go
not
looking for trouble.
putting ourselves
You
at a
decide
risky
to detour
situation.
around it.
Because
Still,
having
you can't
played
help
this game
wondering
as much
what
as I
that
have,
thing
I do
was.
not trust the random encounters nearly as much.
You are surprised to find a merchant selling goods. There is nothing you need to buy, so you
merchant,
pass by
kinda
without
nice to
paying
have,
it any mind.
But I don't really care too much for that. We're gonna pick up this money here and then get back over here. We want to unlock the Nameless Shrine there, because we'll be heading there after we go talk to the person in the village. So just having access to be able to jump to there right off the bat is very nice. That is super bad.
Uh-oh.
This is what I talked about for RNG. I'm hoping for a dodge here. Okay. Well, we'll have an autosave backup,
Looks like
which is
you're-
not a big deal. Yeah, that could just happen with encounters like this. They just decide to do their AoE, and they're very strong at this point in the game. So that can just happen. So we can just hit continue. Load up the autosave that we would have had. Game is okay with the autosaves, depending on where you are and what you've done. So we would have had the autosave right at the chest before we jumped over here, so again, wasn't really too worried about that. We're gonna head into Unionville now.
You see something approaching from up ahead. A monster, Melanie shouts, readying for battle. Mr. Flobby, get back here. It's dangerous out there, a young girl chides, taking the creature back to the village. It seems you've finally arrived at Unionville, a village where humans and monsters live together in peace. What a weird place, remarks Ridis lightheartedly. I like it. We aren't staying a moment longer than necessary, says an unsettled Melanie, her distaste for monsters plain on her face.
Yeah, we basically lost no time with that death there, which is super nice, so... Here you can... Oh, we got...
The man says he wishes he too could have such a
here.
lavish meal just once. The little orc child is engrossed in a fairy tale. The title reads, having no interest in children's picture books. You continue on your way. However, does your mouth become so filthy, Mr. Flobby? Sighs the girl as she wipes the slime clean. Clearly embarrassed, Mr. Flobby murmurs, "That's not my mouth."
Alright. We did that. Head up here.
Travelers, you hear a voice call from somewhere. Down here, at thy feet, you look down to see a small clump of fur by your boots. The clump of fur speaks. I am Lappy, and I should like to journey forth with thee. Lappy the furball looks at you with amiable expectations. Why do you want to join us? You ask candidly. I heard a voice calling my name, so I must find to whom it belongs, he answers with a faraway gaze. No more monsters, comes Melanie's cold reply. When you say more, do you mean more? You ask, but Melanie doesn't answer. Thoroughly rejected by Melanie, Lappy bursts into tears. Lappy says he has no friends because of his aged face and speech. All alone, he decided to leave the village on a journey. Your party is silenced by the crying child with the face of a grown man. You tell Melanie to be nice and quip that both she and Lappy could use a friend. Exhausted from arguing with you, Melanie half-heartedly agrees. Fine, we can be friends. However, she says that they are on a dangerous journey to defeat the dragon. As such, they cannot take a child with them. Lappy leaps up and hugs her in his excitement, exclaiming, "Thou hast made me so happy." Till next time, Melanie says, peeling Lappy off of her and placing him on the ground. Though she thought all monsters to be evil, Melanie feels that the ones here are different. Finally, a friend.
Alright, so we're gonna talk to the chief here.
You bow, but before you can speak, the man suddenly introduces himself as the village headman. He laughs, then shamelessly praises his own village as being wondrous and peaceful. "And who are you?" he asks. After explaining that you are on a quest to defeat the dragon, the headman invites you to rest your feet a bit in his village. He says that he had heard rumors of the dragon when he traveled the world. "You must be tired from your journey. Have a seat. I will have my chef prepare a feast," the headman says, then claps his hands twice to summon a stewardess. Extravagant dishes that you have never seen before are placed on the table before you, each one looking more delicious than the last. "You're drooling," Melanie scowls. You hadn't even noticed. You wipe your mouth with your sleeve, then gasp as you turn to Mar. Perhaps in an attempt to hold himself back, Mar is gnawing on the table corner. There, we'll eat soon," you reassure Mar while gently stroking his head. The doors fly open in the next instant, and a girl runs in. With tears in her eyes, she tells you that her dear companion Mr. Flobby the Slime is missing. The headman's eyes go wide in surprise. "We must find that slime right away," he says anxiously. "You are starving, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to partake of the feast before you because of Mr. Flobby's disappearance. We will find your slime, and then we feast," you add quietly.
We're very
Melanie
hungry.
reminds you that you are here to get clues about the dragon from
We
the
didn't get to
headman.
eat last time because Mar ate everything.
What's the difference? Literally everything. Hunger taking its toll, you two begin to argue. "Brave heroes," the headman interjects, then bows his head. "Would you please find her slime?" It appears the story has hit a standstill until you find the missing Mr. Flobby. You need to hear the whole story from the young girl.
Alright, so we're gonna head back over to her, grab the handkerchief.
The girl sobs, wailing about the missing Mr. Flobby. Melanie places her hand atop the girl's head and promises that your party will find her companion. The girl then hands something to Melanie. It looks like the muddy handkerchief she used to wipe Mr. Flobby. She asks Melanie to wipe Mr. Flobby with it after you find him. The girl claims to have searched the village but cannot find her friend anywhere. Regardless, looking aimlessly outside the village would be a waste of time. You decide to collect more information in the village.
Gonna go down here.
She says she saw a suspicious man in black with a slime outside the village not long ago. She claims they went northwest together. Did that man take Mr. Flobby? You resolve to leave the village in search of the pair.
Alright, so now we did that, we're going to quickly take a look at our health right now. We're a bit low, so we're going to stop at the end, unfortunately.
It appears the headman's long-standing pronouncement on the welcoming of all magical creatures also applies to you and your party.
Alright, now we can head out. And we're going to jump to the Nameless Shrine that we already know is. But we're going to also, yeah, Nameless Shrine, jump in there.
Though a torch is not strictly necessary, it would certainly help you find your way through the dimly lit shrine.
So restricted movement yet again. We're just going to head straight on through here.
Your footing is obscured in the dimness of the shrine. You should probably proceed with caution. Rushing forward, you slip and fall flat on your face. You take a good look at the floor and see it lined in trails of viscous liquid. No doubt a slime or 200 have passed through here.
Gonna head forward.
It looks like poor Mr. Flobby is being held captive by the mystery man. Hand over that slime, you shout to the man in the dark. You speak as if I kidnapped him, he remarks, curtly turning to face you. When your eyes finally adjust to the surrounding darkness, you realize the man's clothes look eerily similar to Melanie's. Melanie's mouth falls open in surprise. It seems the man has noticed Melanie as well. It looks like the two know each other. The man says that he and Melanie came from the same village, where this was their native dress. The man's revelation makes you realize that you know almost nothing about Melanie's past.
And if you want to know about her past, come back next week on Monday, and we'll get to do that.
You ask Melanie about her hometown, but she holds her tongue. Then the man speaks. With forbidden magic, our clan has ensured the dragon, he begins, when Melanie cuts in. She rattles on about the man, telling you that he is Vince, a lunatic obsessed with the dragon. Vince resentfully claims that he is
Yes,
searching
that would be the
for
second
noble
Voice of
dragon
Cards game that
to
we're doing
protect
next
him.
Monday.
You ran away from home with your tail between your legs, he ridicules. Enraged,
It'll be
Melanie
roughly the same
lunges
time
at
that we
Vince.
started today.
You have so many questions, but realize that the most pressing matter is getting Mr. Flobby back. So you ready for battle?
Alright, so for this fight
Careful. He
against
won't go
Vince here,
down
we
easy.
need to drop him at to 20 or below. And then the fight will just end. So we just want to pump damage and try not to die in the process. If we can hit a poison, that'd be great. Good. So that'll help us out. We want to keep Melanie healthy as well. Everybody got boosted damage, so that's kind of bodes bad for Melanie here. get extra recovery, which is good. Melody went down, which is a bit unfortunate there. But nice thing is that we had that poison that helped with some extra damage, so... Good crit. Alright, we're done.
During the fight, Vince asks, "Do you know the truth about that village?" The headman may look like a nice old man, but he keeps those little monsters around to... He begins, but before he can finish... Winifred, Hedwin, and Berwin of the Ivory Order appear. The three brush you aside, fixing their attention on Vince. "So you are the one who disturbs the peace," they exclaim, then charge at him. The Ivory Order and that false justice they serve are the true evil here, he retaliates, fighting back.
So nice a bit of chunk of experience for us. Get passives now unlocked. They're very nice to have. Melody getting Thunder there is huge for us.
Seeing the two parties occupied with each other, you realize this is your chance
That's pretty much
to grab
guaranteed
Mr.
once we
Floppy.
finish that fight, with the XP being so underleveled when we get to this. Alright, so we're going to set up our skills. We're going to set up Melanie. Gonna have Flame, Zypher, and Thunderstorm over trees. And then we're going to swap our party as well, so that we have Mar in here right now. I did forget one more thing. I've already set up abilities here, but it's gonna show us our passives, which doesn't really matter. The one thing I did forget to do is... Oh, no, I don't need to do that. Alright, we're good. Now we can get on out of here. Oh, sorry. We have to talk to the slime first.
Perhaps wary of humans, Mr. Floppy dashes out when you draw near.
Yeah, we need to make him run. And then we gotta go chase him down while those two are engaged. Don't care about what they do. So the Ivory Order jerks.
When you reach out to grab Mr. Floppy, he suddenly attacks. Lower Mr. Floppy's stamina to calm him down.
We just needed to deal enough damage. Get through this scripted fight here. Pretty easy to do.
Exhausted from the fight, the raging Mr. Floppy finally stops attacking. But it seems he hasn't yet come to his senses. He glares warily at your party. Find something to help return Mr. Floppy to normal.
We're gonna use that handkerchief that we got.
You wipe Mr. Floppy's mouth with the handkerchief you received from the girl. Then you hear a quiet voice speak. "That's not my mouth," Mr. Floppy murmurs bashfully. It looks like the girl's familiar scent on the handkerchief returned him to normal. Having regained his senses, Mr. Floppy heads back to the village. You place the increasingly sticky handkerchief in your bag.
Alright. So we're gonna go and return that, head back into the village.
Lappy approaches and tells you that Mr. Floppy has returned. The girl is ecstatic that Mr. Floppy is finally back home. I'm happy for you, Melanie says with a smile as she returns the handkerchief. The girl bows her head and thanks you deeply. Mr. Flobby looks as slimy as ever. You just hope it's a happy slime. The headman wants us to bring Mr. Flobby to him. Would you mind, you ask? Of course not, but bring him back soon, she answers with a bright smile.
Alright, now we can go back and talk to the headman. Now that we've rescued Mr. Flobby. And returned him safely back to the village.
I am so happy to see you safe and sound, the headman exclaims, giving Mr. Flobby a hug. You explain everything that happened, including the incident with Vince and the Ivory Order. He expresses his relief that the Order will be taking care of the criminal. He then thanks you for your hard work and instructs his stewardess to prepare dinner for your party. You can feel your collective mouths watering at the sight of the lavish meal before you. You, Mar, and Ridis immediately dig in. You aren't sure where you find a moment to breathe among all the feasting. Please, eat to your heart's content, the headman insists with a smile.
Nice earned meal for our adventurers, finally.
Once your belly is full, you realize that Mr. Flobby is gone. And then... Room for dessert? The headman asks, offering you a plate of slimy jelly. You feel your stomach churning at the very sight of it. The color strikes you as familiar, and the stickiness sends a shiver down your spine. Is this Mr. Flobby? You ask the headman, your voice trembling in disbelief. The headman looks at you with a plain expression, one that holds no malice. Is that a problem? He questions back. This dish is a masterpiece, he remarks with a light-hearted chuckle as he gazes at the jelly. And I have you brave heroes to thank for it. Had you not brought that slime back, we would not be able to enjoy this exquisite dessert.
So that was a very dark turn.
You move to leave, but the headman stops you. I try to get my meat while it's still young and tender, but at least your pet is very plump, he remarks, licking his lips. He points at Mar and asks, would you consider leaving that creature here with me? Never, you refuse flatly, not bothering to hide your discomfort. Think about it, he entreats, and then... You grab the headman by his lapels, hands trembling in fury.
Can't believe this dude wants to eat Mar. But yeah, this guy is straight up a cannibal. He will eat any and everything, unfortunately. So we gotta put him down. Just not enough coin for our
You
hero
pummel
Ash.
the headman with all your might.
Maybe
Curled
not.
up on the
Maybe money's
ground,
not
the
everything he
headman
enjoys in
groans
life.
pain, but insists that monsters were meant to be eaten. You hug Mar tightly, reassuring him that you will not hand him over to anyone. Mar looks at you with his round eyes and mews softly. You meet eyes with the rest of your party and reach a tacit agreement. Together, you all stand and leave. As you are about to leave the headman's house, though, the old man suddenly charges at you from behind. But Mar, the keener of you two, is quick to block his path. With a crash, Mar and the headman tumble to the ground. From the headman's hand falls a small blade. It clatters to the ground, covered in blood. You take the injured Mar to an inn where you can watch over him. You gaze at the unconscious Mar with concern. Despite the shallow wound, no amount of medicine seems to rouse Mar from the bed. I heard that my friends were in danger, so I came as quickly as I could, Lappy says. As he reaches Mar's bedside, he leans over and licks his wound. "This is what-you-call-it extract," he shouts. He explains that it is a poison extracted from a certain monster. If it enters the body, it drastically reduces one's stamina. Hearing those words, you realize the headman's blade must have been coated in this poison. Mar's condition starts to make sense. "Isn't there anything we can do?" Melanie asks. Lappy's eyes widen in realization before he places his mouth over Mar's wound and begins sucking. He then puts the what-you-call-it extract into a bottle and hands it to you.
It does not help that the game's playing really sad music right now. It's making me tear up a little
says
bit.
That if you follow the road south of the village, you will reach Shoreland. He tells you to give the extract to the famous nutritionist there. Realizing that you are at fault for this, you don't hesitate to undertake the quest. But this is strange. The extract comes from a monster, so it should have no effect on one, Lappy remarks with a curious tilt of his head.
Yeah, this is exactly why I enjoy doing the story percent runs with the Game Master, because it just feels a lot more impactful when stuff like this happens. So we're going to set up our party with those two, because we only have them, which is fine, and then we're going to leave here and head to where we need to go get the antidote. We're going to head to the armor shop for another round of equipment buying here. We're going to buy the Minstrel Blade for Ash. And then we're going to buy the fairy dress here for Melanie. That's all we need here. And we can go ahead and sell off our old weapons that we don't need for a little bit of money back. Menu, please, let me out. Alright, we got that done. Leave here. And then that's going to end Chapter 3. So Chapter 3 is relatively short. But yeah, we're going to be going through a roller coaster across all three Voice of Cards games. There's definitely no shortage of roller coasters of emotions with any of the Okotaro games, especially this game and the other two. Arguably, the second and third game are even more of a roller coaster of emotions, because the stories in those games are very deep, and the character building and the world building they do in them is a vast improvement over the first game in every facet, including the gameplay. So I look forward to doing those two other games as well, but they're also significantly harder in regards to the gameplay challenge that they offer in the speedrun. like even casually, they're very difficult games, so it's going to get very difficult when we get to those games compared to the first game. The other thing we need to do is open our menu here and equip Brutus for now with the Adventurer's Tire. And then we're going to head on down along the shoreline to reach the shorelands. Okay, so all crits is good for us, but not so great if we let the enemy attack, so just try to kill them all in one go. But good rolls, and Happenstance wanted to be nice to us, so easy fight. Head on down here. Hey! Welcome on in. Alright, so, remember that Thunderstorm spell that we equipped earlier? This is one of the fights where we're going to use it. It does extra damage to these enemies. Very powerful. Very, very nice skill to have. Just uses quite a bit of our gems, unfortunately. Why we had to pass on a turn there. But now that we got some pretty decent gear, other than still low HP, we're a lot more set up for dealing with the other fights going forward. Appreciate the good luck.
Good work.
Thank you very much. Yeah, story and things are going to pick up as we continue going here. We got to go around to here. We don't need to go to the harbor quite yet.
Look, you two, it's the sea, Riddis exclaims, frolicking in glee. You, on the other hand, trudge along as far as you can from the coast, ignoring the hair sticking to your forehead.
Alright, we're going to be running into a guaranteed fight here.
Feeling something at your feet, you glance down. There's something underneath your boot. It appears you've stepped on a monster's cape, making it very upset. It attacks you in fury.
Alright, so bit of a tougher fight than the previous version of the Lizardmen we were fighting. So, same kind of setup really, just there's only two of them. But they're a lot stronger, so we want to be very careful. We want to hit with the Thunderstorm. We're going to heal instead of attacking, because we want to make sure that we stay healthy during this fight, because things like that could happen, and then if they decide to hit the whole party, we could just die. Because we're very strong. Right, there goes Ash.
Oof.
That's unfortunate because of the happenstance there. So what we're going to have to do instead is use one of those elixirs to bring him back. And hopefully they don't down him again.
Nice work.
There's things that can happen, unfortunately. Alright, 2 gems is good. That sets us up to be able to do another Thunderstorm. Close up the fight a lot quicker. We're kind of hoping that we'll be level 9 after this fight, or if not already, level 9 before going into this fight. Play it safe instead of relying on a damage roll to kill him, and just heal Riddis instead, and then hit with the double damage here. So we guarantee the kill. Got a full heal, which is nice. We're down on elixir already, which is not the greatest, but we'll get plenty of those as we go through. So, not the biggest worries. We still have plenty of elixirs saved up for the more difficult fights later on. We're gonna jump all the way back down here to the nutrition's clinic.
You hear a roar in the distance. According to the townsfolk, it is a very recent phenomenon. Rumor in the village has it that it might be the dragon. The sign on the door reads, "The Great Nutritionist Oreo." You open the door without knocking. "Is anyone home?" you call. A muscular man emerges from the back. You politely ask if he is the nutritionist. "Indeed, I am the nutritionist Oreo," he answers. He says he has been studying dietetics here for many years. You hand Oreo the extract and explain that your comrade is now bedridden because of it.
Remember your
Stares at the
nutrition,
extract
folks.
for a long
It's very
time,
important to get the
and
physical
then
physique that Oreo has.
opens the bottle and laps at the liquid inside. "That's poison," Melanie shouts in alarm. The man insists that he'll be fine with his expertise of nutrition, and insists that knowledge is power, as if
Knowledge
that
is
will help
power.
somehow. Regardless,
I love
it
how
seems
silly
he
the premise
managed
is
to
for this,
grasp
but
the
it's
composition
great.
of the poison with that lick, and starts concocting a nutritional supplement to counter it. However, he says he needs a spry fish, which has been difficult to catch lately. He needs a special fish to make the necessary supplement. When he explains that you can catch one in the surrounding sea, Ridis confidently interjects. She shows you a page from her ancient tome, which explains the ecology of the fish in detail. "That book comes in handy from time to time," Melanie remarks in surprise. Oreo gasps as if remembering something. He says that his son went out fishing and, with a bit of luck, may have already caught a spry fish. It sounds like his son is fishing on the wharf. You decide to go find him.
Alright, so we're gonna go meet Bruno.
You see a young man with his line in the water and call out to him. He turns around and flexes, shouting out suddenly, "Power is power." You stare, enchanted by his bulging musculature. There is no doubt in your mind that this is Oreo's son. He asks if you have business with him. Though you are pretty sure of the answer, you ask the young man if he is the nutritionist's son. "That I am," he answers. He introduces himself as Bruno and says he is learning to be a nutritionist like his father. You introduce yourself, expressing to him that you are a hero on a journey and require a spry fish to save your ill comrade. His eyes begin to sparkle the moment you utter the word hero, and he becomes engrossed in your tale. More or less grasping the situation, he regrets to inform you that he has not caught any spry fish yet. He says that a monster has settled near their town, and its thundering roars have scared most of the fish away. You know Oreo needs a spry fish to make that supplement. Hearing the despair in your voice, Bruno speaks, his words like an ember in the dark.
Thank you for the lovely contribution there, Dafticon.
He tells you
Hopefully
that
you're
there is a
enjoying the
harbor near
stream
town
and
where
really,
fishermen
really lots
gather.
of lore throughout the next several weeks.
Perhaps you can find the fish you seek there. You thank him for the information, then head to the harbor with your comrades. Just as you
We
were
love
about
putting
to
on
leave,
these
Bruno offers to
comfier
escort
marathon
you
events
there.
for everybody to enjoy
Is it a
watching
reward
and
you're after? You are about to ask.
learning about
But
and seeing other
Melanie smacks
games
you on the head before you can voice
alongside
it and
the
allows him to come along.
fantastic people who volunteer and submit to them. And get to showcase longer speed runs in games that generally you wouldn't really see at all in other events. That's very nice to see and consider. Alright, so we're going to swap our party. We're going to put Bruno in over Ritus there. We're going to take off the ring. Swap back here, and then equip Bruno the ring. That's it for... Head on out of here. Oh, hold on. No, we don't. I need to go talk to this gentleman first. I almost
The
forgot.
man says the fishing industry is usually thriving in their seaside town, but recently nets have been coming up empty. He mentions that even the fishing harbor to the northwest has been suffering from poor hauls of late.
Alright, so that's our indication. Leave here. Now, normally I would keep a iron plate that we sold earlier to equip to Bruno,
that he was allowed
just
to
for a
join your
slight
party.
edge on the one-on-one fight coming up.
When you ask him why,
But
he tells you that his dream is to be an
with
adventurer
the
and has thus been
extra
training every
speed
day.
and hopefully with a little bit of luck,
But his father, famed in
we'll
the
be able to
world
get
of
through that
nutrition,
fight without
forced him into
too much
following
worry.
in his footsteps. One desires strength, the other knowledge. Unable to see eye to eye, the two fight nearly every day. What will you ask Bruno? You ask Bruno about his sword arm, saying you are something of a swordsman yourself. Bruno replies that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat, then flexes his bulging biceps as proof. Apparently, he only carries around a sword to look like an adventurer. Curious about his attire, you ask why he does not wear armor.
We have to do both options to advance, so it doesn't really matter the
Confessed
order.
that he once wished for armor, but deemed it unnecessary after gaining so much muscle. In that moment, you realize something. While his passion for being an adventurer is true, he is dumber than a sack of rocks. The words "birds of a feather flock together" run through your mind, but you quickly chase them away, afraid of what that means for you.
We're gonna head to the harbor now. I talked to the Piscator as well.
A rough-tempered piscator stands there, having just returned from fishing. Mars' fate rests upon this man's haul. Terrible, he says, showing you the few fish he's caught. Inside, you see a spry fish, Bruno shouts. You ask him if you can have the spry fish, but he says he won't give it up for free. The piscator is shocked by your outburst. What did you say? The piscator roars, and you immediately hide behind Melanie.
We choose the option there to just
The
kind of
man
ask
is
for it for
enraged
free
by the rude
because we
response.
get to skip a couple extra different dialogue
Just
flavors.
then, Bruno prances forth and shouts, "Stop right
And it's just
there."
a little bit funnier.
Your fisherman muscles.
We would
are
have asked for
simply
a million
sublime,
gold
he
anyways.
exclaims. He challenges the man to a
Which,
competition.
obviously, we don't
with
have.
Mussels with the spry fish as the prize. The piscator seems interested and agrees on one condition. If you lose, this one's all yours, Melanie says, patting you on the shoulder. Then let the carnival of might and muscles begin, Bruno roars, completely fired up. Your puny body is no match for mine, the Piscator shouts back, throwing a punch.
Alright, so we're hoping Happenstance cooperates and we don't get RNG'd with some of the stuff that the Piscator can do to us. So first things first, we're going to muscle up here so that we can increase our defense so we take less damage. Because more often than not, he's going to boost his damage. Now he's at scary levels of damage, which is not very good for us.
You're doing
which is not great for us. I'll take a 6 if he hits me without a crit, so we can deal damage and then I have to heal.
Bodybuilder company.
At least while the buff was still active, but now I have to actually heal. Okay, switch to defense, this is good. I'd rather him have higher defense than anything. And then we can buff our attack here. I'm just trying to set up for enough damage. Happenstance being very nice for us, and now that we have enough, we get hit with a Bull Rush to 1.5 times our damage there, which is a nice hit. And then we could just end it off. Good. Alright, that fight can go really bad really quickly, especially in the early sections, so that was
sealed, Bruno
very good
a glorious pose
with how Happenstance worked out.
Witness the power
And
of power.
him swapping away from boosting his damage.
Defeated, the Piscator hands over the spry fish to Bruno. Bruno extends a hand to the Piscator, who has fallen to his knees. With a serene smile, he takes the offered hand. An unspoken friendship begins to form between the two. Or at least, you hope that's what the prolonged silence between them means.
Alright. So we got the spry fish, and we can head back to get the energy concentrate from Oreo.
With the spry fish in hand, you head back towards Oreo's clinic. Bruno looks at your group sadly, reluctant for this little adventure to end. You hand the fish to Oreo and ask him to make you the supplement. "Give me a moment," he says, then takes the fish and heads into the back. "It's ready," he says, emerging from his room and handing you a bottle. You hope this will get Mar back on his feet. You need to get back to Unionville on the double, but before that... You wordlessly extend a hand to Bruno. Bruno takes your hand and gives it a firm shake. You can feel the bones in your hands splintering. You just hope Bruno has enough self-restraint not to shatter them completely. You make a mental note never to shake hands with him again.
Always funny that you can take damage there.
But Bruno stops you and says he wants to journey with you just a little longer. But Oreo is quick to
That won't
douse
matter
the
much because
flames
we're
of
going to
his
be using the
desire.
inn shortly.
You will stay here
heal back
and
up to
study,
full.
he commands. Then you leave me no choice. Bruno's expression reads as he raises both hands behind his head and squats at hyper speed. "I want to show this power to the world," Bruno proclaims to his father. You have much to learn, my son, Oreo retorts as he starts sidestepping at breakneck speed. Only the sound of their labored breathing and bodies moving resonates through the otherwise silent room. You can only look on in stunned silence at the enigmatic display. Bruno falls to his knees, panting. This is my limit.
They really had a squat off over a disagreement.
You have grown, my son, Oreo says, looking no worse for wear. So are you coming with us or not? Melanie interjects, ever the blunt one. Only our muscles know the answer, comes Bruno's cryptic reply. I don't get it, Ridis remarks frankly. On the condition that he study nutrition upon his return, Bruno is allowed to go with you for just a little while longer. You realize that these two have a very special way of talking that no one else can understand.
Alright, so we're going to head back to Unionville.
Hearing yet another roar in the distance, you realize you need to get the supplement to Mar so you can investigate the sound together.
Alright, so we're going to jump right back to Unionville. And then hand the concoction into Mar, who is at the inn.
Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set foot in the inn. Mar lies listlessly upon the bed, looking somewhat haggard. You help Mar sit up. Drink this, Mar, you say to him gently. He weakly opens his mouth, and you slowly pour the energy concentrate inside. Mar abruptly bolts up and turns his head toward you with a puzzled look. It looks like Mar is all better now.
Air hug!
You give Mar a tight hug. Mar mewls softly in discomfort. Overcome with joy, you sob and stroke Mar's head.
Mar is going to be the MVP. Trust me on
Melanie
this.
and Ridis watch
Most
you two
important
with a smile.
character. Aside from Melanie right now.
Bruno is deeply moved to see nutrition
But we love
bringing
Mar
a smile
around
to
here.
others. With this, you can finally put the happenings of that strange village behind you. You decide to take Bruno back to Shoreland, then continue your search for the dragon.
Alright, we're going to set up our party. We want a Melanie, Ash, and Bruno at this point. So we're gonna swap here. And that's all we have to do for now. We have to head back to Shoreland. And then we're going to stop by the shop as well. And we're stopping by the armorer who's right here. And we need to buy the frost mill for Bruno. I need to equip. everything we need to do for now.
You arrive at Bruno's house. Though he seems to want to adventure a little more, he reluctantly enters his house. You ask Oreo if he knows anything about the monster behind that mighty roar. He says that the creature nests atop a tower not far from town. With that, your next destination is decided. Here, you will part ways with these two, but you owe a great deal to the nutritionist and his son. Bruno looks at you, his eyes begging you to let him come along. What will you say? Let us defeat the dragon together, you say to him. You are sure his power and knowledge will come in handy against the beast. And you realize with a grin, he will be so happy just to come along that he will not want a share of the reward.
Of course, it's always about the money with Ash. There's always like a side game with him.
Bruno is happy he can continue the journey, but Oreo stops him before he can get carried away. You must stay here and study, Oreo says. Bruno explains that the journey thus far has taught him the splendor of nutrition, and he now wishes to travel the world to deepen his knowledge. After hearing his son out, Oreo suddenly removes his glasses. And in the blink of an eye, the flesh of Bruno's cheeks, pectorals, and abdomen recess. And Bruno is lifted off his feet with a dull roar. Your eyes go wide at Oreo's assault, which was too fast for your eyes to catch. Knowledge of nutrition can help save lives, but also strike down enemies, Oreo says softly.
Oreo and Bruno have such like an interesting dynamic as father and son in this game. It's
wow, nutrition
amazing.
Is incredible, Ridis marvels, not putting too much thought into the events before her. Knowledge is the true power. You tremble, never wanting to make an enemy of Oreo. Though Oreo still deems his son's knowledge insufficient, he tells him to travel the world and surpass him someday. Thank you, Father, Bruno says from the ground, moved to tears by the strength of Oreo's knowledge. So it comes to pass that you journey to the tower with Bruno to find the roaring beast. Yet another colorful character.
Alright, now we got Bruno with us. And that ends chapter 4. We're making very, very good time so far, getting through these early chapters, which is a lot slower. There's just a lot of story and world building and character development to set up. But we'll be getting into some very long chapters once we hit the next set, because we only have 3 chapters left to go now, because chapter 4 and 3 were really short. But now that we're on chapters 5 going forward, everything for the progression is going to be a bit longer. So we might come, hopefully, if RNG continues to play nice with the happenstance, a good chunk under the given estimate, which I'm hoping for. But every time I say and wish for that, we always end up either on the dot or slightly over with these games, because it just be like that sometimes. Alright, so we've already unequipped the Wednesday ring, and we're going to go and get up another ring around the mountain here before we head in to the next dungeon that we're going to be going to, and then picking up some things along the way.
did great.
So we need to get a protection ring from around this mountain.
And fight.
Alright, so you definitely want to deal with this bloke first. Scariest out of the
That
bunch.
was lucky.
But yeah, these random encounters will be significantly easier to now going forward. He's playing very defensively. Yeah, we're not going to be in too much danger now that our HP's above 20 with our characters, finally. As long as we don't get, like, hit with things like crit and things, but... Alright, so we need that ring. We're going to be equipping that to Melanie, so we can give her a bit of extra defense. A lot lower than most of them. And has less HP. And then we're going to head down this way. We're gonna, before we go into the Musty Tower that we're going to for the dungeon, we're going to, Oh, this is technically a good encounter to get, but they're really hard to deal with. Once you have their weakness. Because they have 50 armor otherwise. Oh, and they can freeze us, which is not good, because that's double damage. Just have to hope they don't hit Melanie. It's a good thing they have, let's see. I'm gonna pass on Bruno. Okay, that was okay. We can set up for a thunderstorm now. Hit with a lightning strike. So when a character is weak to that damage type, you basically negate half their armor. Which is why that 50 armor didn't seem as scary as it should have been. Another random event that we don't want to deal with, so we'll ignore that. Down to here, grab this chest for a bunch more money. And then we're gonna head back up here to the left and into the Musty Tower dungeon.
And fight.
Alright, so we're gonna want to heal Melanie. I don't know when we're going to get her next level, and then we're going to play for her. But now that we have a lot more defense on our characters and a slightly bigger HP pool, we're not going to take nearly as much damage from a lot of these counters. Which makes this run going forward a lot safer than it would normally be without the equipment and things that we've got ourselves set up with. So the main...
You pick up a scrap of paper, you stash
the main thing that's going to be scary is
to keep an eye out
the forced fights and the boss fights that we'll run into going forward here. And I am just getting hosed for luck on the RNG for the random encounters right now, which is not ideal right now. I'm just going to hit this guy with normal and reserve for Melanie's Thunder instead. And she can hit everybody. Ash can put that guy off. So yeah, the main thing with speedrunning this game, especially when it comes to these fights, is knowing weaknesses. Knowing when to pass on a turn and save resources, and the possible attacks that you could end up getting from the enemies, because it's not...
We have finally arrived at Bruna. Ridis snorts to herself, seeing you red in the face from jumping to conclusions.
Alright. What I was gonna say before I accidentally did that was that it's very easy for you to get carried away in the fight
door has a magic seal
and
unfortunately, it is out
turn
of
the fight against yourself.
Ridis rolls up her sleeves and shouts, "Open sesame." You swear you have heard these words somewhere before. You all watch in silence as the door stays shut. You snort to yourself, seeing Ridis red in the face.
Alright, we're gonna get Bruno to open the door.
Bruno exhales deeply, then places both hands on the door. He pushes with all his might, his breath labored, chest heaving, sweat dribbling. And it opens. It seems the magic seal could not protect the door from the physical might of your most stalwart companion. This is the power of power, Bruno pants, but you promptly ignore him and enter the tower.
Bruno's like the JoJo character of the group, which I find fascinating. Is like his catchphrase is power of power. Which is absolute gibberish, but it's really funny. So anyways, we're gonna hope to hit levels 12, level 12 as we're going up so that we get access to some new abilities here for both Melanie and Ash. Yeah, Bruno can just cast muscles, which is great. We want to boost damage here. And we can hit with a lightning strike. Boost. Boom. Alright, we might want to heal Melanie if we don't get the level up soon. Also, I do want to do a level check here. We're at 11, so we're not too far behind where we need to be. We just gotta navigate around here to the staircase. So some of these enemies could be a bit more dangerous. But with the armor that we have now, we're getting most of the damage with this. Good. Good crit. Fantastic roll as well. Now leveled up, Mara leveled up. They're a little bit behind everybody else, but that's fine. You really just need Melanie and Ash to get up to level 12. Alright, we have to head around here. So we have to go, we can't cross to the middle because we're just going to fall through at a lower floor and then we'd have to jump all the way back up. So you want to be very careful when navigating through here. Because if we accidentally, like, make ourselves move off of the map here, we'll actually fall through the lower floor, which is interesting that that's possible. Because usually it won't allow you to move to invalid locations, but in the instance of this particular tower, where there's no floor in some spots, you can just fall through. And I'll have to come all the way back up and around here. So we don't want to go through the center because of that reason. Okay, everybody got poisoned. It's not the biggest deal as long as the rolls are low on it. So this is probably where we want to heal Melanie. Because she's low HP and poisoned, and then we're going to immediately take out the Trent first. The Trent has a healing ability, even though the skeleton's pretty scary. And then we're going to boost our armor. Skeleton does less damage right now. And thankfully the poison was only one turn anyways from the happenstance, so... But we get the armor for another turn that we gave ourselves. Fence down, now we can focus on the skeleton who has the regen. And we can go for a Zypher here for the extra damage roll. Bit of a low roll there, but we got lucky with the crit for the kill, so that's good.
You did great.
Alright, we hit 12, so we have Generate, which is very huge for us now. So the first thing we're going to do now is set up Melanie's skills now that she hit 12. So we want Charge, Flame, Zypher, and Thunderstorm. We already have that, so we just swap out our basic attack. Then we can continue forward, and hopefully Ash will get 12 in the next encounter. So that we have access to Spinning Ray. The very big improvement to his damage. But now we can generate extra gems per turn and really start casting our more useful skills and higher damage abilities with much more ease. So we can go ahead and boost our damage. I can go ahead and hit with a Thunderstorm here. And then the next thing we're going to do is hit with a regular attack. And then Bruno will go for the finish. Yes, all the Voice of Cards games are relatively linear. Although the second and third game are a bit more open because there's exploration that you can do in the second and third game. The first game is quite a bit linear. There's not a whole lot that you can do.
To consign the drops of salvation to oblivion? The monster asks. It sounds like he is saying something important, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Ridis has given up on thinking and whistles an offbeat melody to herself. You have made a poor choice. Bruno is admiring his own muscles gleaming in the torchlight. You have made a poor choice. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks.
Doesn't matter who you choose, just choose any two characters. And then we get into this forced fight. But yeah, there is stuff you can do throughout all three Voice of Cards games that is side content to the main story, but because of the way the nature of this game is designed, it's not like an RPG in the sense that you have total freedom. so they are still fairly linear. But there is lots of hidden things to do and super bosses and all sorts of jazz like that. You got really buffed up, which is nice. Oh, and a crit. Nice.
Nice work.
Right, we probably want to heal, even though I would like to go for the damage there. Yes, those are near heads as gems. Those are Emil heads, to be accurate. Yeah, so I left some of the Nier DLC on. I didn't change the music to the Nier soundtrack or the character art, but I left my gems in the battle table as Nier related. Alright. Alright, Ash hit 12, so we get Spinning Ray. It's fine that Melanie died in that fight, because she comes back with 1 HP anyways. We just have to go and use a heal on her, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's fine. I do actually need to set up Ash's skills now before I forget, now that he hit 12, so we want to make sure we have our stuff set up for him so he has damage. We don't need the cure status effect ability because it's not nearly as useful. Damage and healing is.
Something glimmers on the floor. Melanie suggests it might be money. You are instantly upon the shining object, picking it up. Melanie asks why you have such a fixation with money. We were poor, so you begin. Then remember, being serious isn't in your character. Leaving your past a mystery, you quickly throw aside the shiny piece of glass and move on.
Alright, so we're gonna generate here. We're gonna have Ash heal.
Nice work.
And we're gonna have Bruno buff us with some defense here. And hit everybody with a thunderstorm. And then we can play Spinning Ray. Oh. That's nice to see. Very good damage rolls and crit. Good stuff. Alright, nice. We're a level ahead. Thanks to the game being pretty aggressive with the random encounters compared to usual. I'm getting more random encounters than normal compared to getting the random events. So you want to generate again. And the reason, if you're asking why I'm not running from random encounters, is because it's not a guarantee, especially because I'm either at level or under their level right now. And you have to do a dice roll. And having had the experience of dealing with dice rolls in this game with trying to escape a fight, it's not as ideal when you will lose that turn to deal damage rather than to attempt that.
Excellent.
Which could put you at risk of having your characters die, and then you need to reload anyways in time. Just
You did
if you're
great.
capable, it's a lot better just to do the fight instead of trying to run away, especially because we're under-leveled right now. And it doesn't do us any good to try to run away. But yeah, Melanie having the charge skill is like a huge bump to our ability to do massive amounts of damage very efficiently. Makes these fights appear a lot easier than they normally would be. So we're gonna go ahead and defense buff here since we're a bit wounded. And hit with the thunder. And that just makes it so that I don't have to necessarily heal right this second. We can take care of the skeleton before he regens.
Good work.
Bruno just flexing on that harpy like the Chad that he is. Everybody's catching back up in levels, which is good. We're gonna go around again, like I said. So, generate. Always want to generate. And we're gonna get rid of the guy first. Gonna go after the wolf. And then Melody can finish him off with a thunderstorm, which is exactly why I want to set up our damage this way. We're just making quick work of these fights as we navigate around. Get back the elixir that we used earlier, and we can use the jump here. For some reason this dungeon isn't restricted, so we can just have full movement. But like I said, I don't want to click off
And
of
fight.
movable tiles because we could just fall through and have to climb all the way back up, which would lose us time. Fortunate that Melanie went down there. Hit with the regular attack here, preserve the gems then.
Excellent.
And don't quite have the damage to go through this guy, so we want to use multi-hit attacks and hope we get enough damage rolls on them. Might actually have to run from this fight. You know, this is probably gonna be one of those fights where I actually do want to run away. Okay, good. It was a easier escape since I think we're on par with them. And then we're gonna have to use the heal. Which I don't really want to use, but we're gonna have to use it. We need that magic key for us here. They'll have elixirs in our pocket, so it's not a big deal. We're gonna heal up in this fight and then escape, so that we're at a better comfortable level for the guaranteed fight with that ogre that we just saw before coming in here. I really don't want to fight against the turtle or the rock there, so I'm gonna muscle her up here and try to heal off this fight before trying to escape. But they're making it pretty difficult to do that, so I might just try to actually kill them. while I'm doing that instead. I don't really have any more heals to use, unfortunately. Just want to make sure that we're a bit healthier going into this next fight.
Have you savages no mercy? The dragon's heart and body have already been reduced to naught, it says. It sounds like he is saying something profound, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Realizing the creature's words are beyond her comprehension, Ridis gives up on thinking and yawns loudly. Melanie considers the words, but cannot seem to concentrate, with the oppressive heat radiating from Bruno's sweltering pose. You feel your eye twitch, realizing that your comrades may be the death of you. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks. And fight.
Taking 3 damage off the start is not great. That's fine. Alright, we're definitely going to want to heal Melanie here against this guy, because he hits really hard and then boosts our defense. This is exactly why we have Bruno in the party, so that we can kind of negate and manipulate the damage that happens. Good roll. Heal Bruno. If that defense wears out and he buffs, then we're gonna be in hot water.
That was lucky.
Glad this survived that. Oh, never mind. Happenstance got me. Folks, I was about to speak too soon there. That's a bit of a bummer. Thank you, Happenstance. Okay. Buff defense again. Man, I'm getting rolled here. We're just gonna have to go for the damage here, and I'll use Reno to pick up Ash. Just hope he doesn't get downed in the middle of this. Flat 15. Ugh. I'm getting rolled by this fight so hard. Why? And Happenstance is really just trying to wreck me right now. I really need Happenstance to cooperate, and it's making this fight extremely difficult. Man, can you stop doing the flat 15? Because it's like bypassing the entirety of my armor. Yeah, we're getting rolled pretty hard. Okay, hitting Bruno is fine. I'll just go for the roll here. Want to get this fight over quickly, because any longer I'm gonna die to basically fatigue. Okay, we got through it, but the fact that I had to burn 2 elixirs was not great. But thankfully, got a good chunk of XP that everybody levels up, and we're full health again for the upcoming boss fight.
Though the battle is over, you cannot stop thinking about what those
This
monsters
is why I said that we're
saying.
under-leveled still.
Come on, we have to defeat that dragon, Melanie says assuredly. Why are you so obsessed with defeating the dragon? You ask her. She explains that her mother was killed by the dragon. She did not say any more, but her hatred for the beast was clear in her eyes.
Gotta say straight up, her mother was not killed by a dragon. But she doesn't know that.
You hear the roar again.
Just what she's been told.
It seems to be coming from the upper levels. Mar mewls, as if in response to the creature's growl. Enamored by the adorable noise, you pet Mar on the head. You're obsessed, Melanie remarks snidely, but looks at you two as if wanting to pet Mar too. It sounds like the roaring beast is close.
Alright, we're closing in on that fight off the tower. Charge. It was spinning right.
Nice work.
22 still here. There. You'll want to try to stay as healthy as possible, even if it takes longer to get through the fight here. That's an instance where I don't want to see a crit because of the extra longer animation. We're gonna generate. Always generate first turn if we can. Oh, everybody wants. Okay. Not very nice of them to do that. Well, Melanie, unfortunately. Yeah, go for Bruno, please. He has more armor than everybody.
Congrats.
Alright, I'm gonna need to try to heal up in this fight as a priority. So we're gonna shift gears, defense up while we're healing here. Let Melanie deal with the damage on them. Good thing I healed her. I was gonna say, please don't kill him so I can actually heal. The pass. I don't want to kill him this turn until I heal Melanie now. That's good. Need to be as healthy as possible for the upcoming fight. Wanna be somewhere around level 14. Fight coming up. Yeah, that dodge was good. So that we can get out of there at full health. I'm gonna try to actually run away from this fight because we should be high enough to... Oh, we still failed it. Okay, alright. Not great. We're immediately targeting this guy down. That's why I said, like, running from a fight isn't usually ideal, because even if it's a low roll, your RNG. So we're gonna defense up here. I'm gonna have to walk away in a few moments here to go to the restroom. I can use 2 here.
Oh?
But before I open the door and we get in this fight, I'm gonna quickly use the restroom. Fine. Alright, right back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. I was hoping that I would be able to get through the next few minutes without needing to take the bathroom break right now, but and do it on the end of the chapter transition.
The door
but
before you was shut quite tightly.
Couldn't make it.
Appears to have
I'm not
a
gonna
keyhole.
risk it.
The magical key may be of use here.
All right, so we have that magical
You
key.
insert the magical key into the hole and turn. You hear the lock come undone with a loud clank. The dragon may be just ahead.
Yeah, generally there's just absolutely no breaks in the actual speedruns.
Suddenly realizing how afraid you are, you cry out at the overwhelming pain in your lower back. Get a hold of yourself, Melanie says, slapping your back with all her might. You cross the threshold as if spurred forward by Melanie's heartening words.
Alright. Now we're going to navigate around here. The music has shifted. And I really do... The music in the Voice of Cards games is phenomenal. Alright, so... a couple more opportunities to get healed up before we get into the upcoming real boss fight here, since we went through a bunch of mini bosses coming up here. But this is one of the more trickier encounters that we could roll, and I'm not too happy about it. Needs a defense buff there. A thunderstorm. That should kill one of them. Bring the other two down fairly good for me. I need to heal Melanie ASAPO. And then get everybody else fully healed as well. They just do a lot of damage this early on, and I don't really have the armor to avoid that situation. So everybody but Ash got a level. That's fine. Because at least Ash can use a turn to heal just himself. Alright, so we need to make a save here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I don't have a... Having burned, what, 3 revives up to this point? The 1 is reasonable, but I'm down 3 revives, which is not good right now. We're all equipped and ready to go. Okay. If that's the case, I need to head over here to heal, save. Just in case. I don't trust the autosave here at this point, but
you have
let's do it.
Finally arrived. Before you stands
the
dragon you have been searching for. More assassins, the dragon sighs weakly. Whether or not the beast is weak, you care not. You muster up your courage and shout, prepare. But the dragon's roar sends your bravery flying with the wind. Your legs tremble in fear. But no matter how scared you are, the dragon will not wait.
Alright, here we go. Alright, happenstance. Play nice. Okay. Yeah, I need to self-heal. I would have liked to take that opportunity to deal damage, increase bolts, but not worth the risk. Can I boost our defense? Heal again, unfortunately. Uh, 22 is 19. So for the to spend there, since Melanie's paralyzed anyways. Need to reapply our defense. wind increased damage is good. Heal. This is going to be a bit of a slower fight because much more difficult this is here. Hey, to see a familiar face. No sense doing charge as much unless I need it. Just because we're not going to be wasting resources on doing thunder. And there's only one target here. Okay, Bruno's paralyzed is not ideal here. So this defense buff is gonna run out. A bit unfortunate. I need that paralyzed to wear off, please. I really need Happenstance to cooperate. More defense up. Melanie needs to be healed. I'm prioritizing healing because I really don't want to be using my last of my elixirs, and I don't have any healing item. The unfortunate part. As long as Happenstance keeps cooperating, giving me buffs to Zypher, that'd be nice, or armor. Didn't get debuffed, which is good. We can reapply Muscle Herb. Getting okay rolls there with Zypher. Little Bruno. We need to get the dragon at 10 HP or under, in around there, so that we could advance the fight. Like I said, this fight can take significantly longer depending on how Happenstance is working, and it's working against us in this fight, unfortunately. Doing everything it can to make this fight difficult, so we're just going to generate on this turn instead. And then go for the kill here. That'll advance the fight.
We shall strike you down, you exclaim, slashing out while cheering on your comrades. But at that moment, Vince appears. Its wounds healed, the dragon looks more lively than before. You too would be troubled without this dragon, he says, standing in your way. Stop spouting nonsense, the normally collected Melanie shouts. It seems Melanie has lost her composure before her mother's killer. She unleashes a fireball imbued with her hatred. But it is repelled by the dragon's tough scales. And the dragon returns the favor by spewing fire from its mouth. You seem to stand no chance against the revitalized dragon. Melanie looks distressed. Vince climbs atop the beast's back. The flapping of the dragon's wings sends forth one wind blast after the next. Stay out of this, Vince commands, then flies off toward the western sea.
Alright, that fight could have gone far worse than it did. But at least we didn't have to burn any elixirs.
You worry for Melanie, who has been burnt badly by the dragon's fire. I can't get up, she whispers weakly. Drink this, Bruno instructs, offering her a small bottle. It will help you regain your strength. Bruno claims he drinks it every day. It is a recipe from his father, that of a custom supplement. Make her drink it already, you cry, your panicked expression urging Bruno to give Melanie the supplement. Melanie has a bad feeling about it, but downs it all in a single gulp.
You can always trust Oreo's
suddenly
medicine.
Regains her strength. At ease with her recovery, you descend the tower.
Alright, here we go. Done with that.
The ocean spreads out before you to the west, whither the dragon went. Return to shoreland in search of a boat to pursue the dragon.
Alright, time to head back and then finish up chapter 5.
When you return, Oreo approaches. It seems like something has happened to the town. He says a raging wind blew through and destroyed the town. You surmise the flapping of the dragon's wings is to blame. You explain that you need a boat to go after the dragon, and Oreo's look turns grim. Sensing there may be a problem, you quickly make your way to the wharf.
Alright, so we're going to be heading to the wharf. Stop by the inn first.
It would appear you and your companions are this inn's 10,000.
The inns are always free if you haven't already figured that out.
You've won the lifetime of free stays pass.
The game will give any excuse to tell you that the inns are free.
The woman says the violent winds stirred up the sea, causing her precious ship to run aground. But if you can return her vessel to the water, she will gladly give you a ride. Your brows furrow, knowing that there is no way you could move a ship. Beside you, Bruno stretches, warming up his body.
Alright, Bruno. Attaboy. Go at
After
it.
striking a fantastic pose to show off his muscles, he charges straight at the boat. No matter how hard he pushes, though, the boat does not budge. It's pointless, you sigh, turning around when a muscle-bound Melanie stands before you.
It's Swole Melanie time.
Now it's working, Bruno exclaims, unsurprised at the sight of Melanie.
Look how swole Melanie is. Very
It
swole.
appears the custom
Very power of
supplement she
power.
drank in the tower bulked her up. Let us combine our power, Bruno entreats Melanie. Her whole body racked with chills, Melanie screams out to the sky. You need Melanie's help to catch the dragon. You call out to her. Hoping to distract her from her shame, you shout out complete nonsense.
Yeah, we gotta cheer her on.
But in the next instant,
Holy
you receive a violent punch to the face and are sent
That's
flying.
never not gonna make me laugh. As much many times as I know that's coming, the
You
fact
hear your bones creak in a way you've never heard before.
the animation for her sending Ash flying.
But afterward, the two muscle-bound forms work together and return the boat to sea.
Gotta love those good moments in the game where it has a little bit of fun with
Will
things.
never be a beautiful bride like this, Melanie mutters sadly. You're wrong, Bruno exclaims. Those muscles are the most beautiful thing a bride could ever have. At any rate, you leave the port town and follow the dragon.
All right.
Just as you are about to leave, Oreo comes to see you off. It looks like he has something to say. According to him, the dragon flew to the west, where there is an island called Mount Medica. Rumor has it they are actively researching medicine on this island. He thinks he can use their knowledge in his work. Understanding his father's wishes, Bruno nods. Say no more. Mount Medica. Something stirs deep inside your chest, but you blame your imagination and board the boat without another thought.
All right. 2 more chapters left, and the 2 longest chapters of the game. So even though we're only sitting at, you know, 3-ish hours into the run, these next 2 chapters, depending on how RNG and happenstance treats us and things, could take up the entirety of the next 3 hours out of our estimate. So, this is where a lot of the meat of the story starts coming together. And if you were paying attention to the earlier parts of the game with the story and the setup, then once the realizations kind of sinks in gradually as we go through these next 2 chapters with the story, things are gonna kind of flip-flop quite a bit with your emotions on this roller coaster. Also, just as a heads up, because of particularly playing this game, this next chapter is going to have a heavy emphasis going into the start of it with content related to death and suicide.
Wasn't that so much fun?
Just giving a forewarning if you're uncomfortable with those subject matters.
As she seeks a similar reaction from Melanie. Sure, Melanie croaks, her face a sickly shade of green. The custom supplement has worn off completely. Ridis turns to you and carries on, oblivious. Wasn't that just the greatest?
Like, if we weren't doing story percent, it wouldn't be much of a concern because we could just skip on through the dialogue and stuff. But since we're listening to the Game Master, we're going to hear heavy subject matter on it, so.
You, however, are a bit worn out, as your mid-voyage teasing of Melanie prompted her to wring you like a rag. Your first order of business should be a sweep of the island to ascertain the dragon's whereabouts. Tread carefully, as danger lies in the unknown. A road stretches west from the docks, suggesting the presence of a house or settlement at the other end.
Alright, so we have some expected fights that are going to happen in this section.
With a whoosh of displaced air, something shoots across the path right in front of you. What is that thing?
Alright, we're gonna, so who cares, because it's another random event.
You don't even bother looking at it before you carry on. You take the lead, taking in the island's scenery. It all looks unsettlingly familiar to you. A white hot streak of pain shoots through your head, feeling as though your skull will split in 2. You grab the searing pain erases any hope of recalling the memory that felt primed to return to you. Beads of sweat are pouring off you now as you struggle to keep your head in one piece. Drink this, Bruno insists, offering you a bottle of headache curative. You greedily drink it down, desperate for relief. The pain begins to ebb, and you hurriedly resolve to press on.
They just follow the road here.
After a time, you happen upon a village. This place, you mutter unconsciously. Perhaps he is as anxious as you are about this place. You two okay? Melanie asks. You open your mouth to reply, only to notice the ambush a moment too late. Repel the monster attack.
Alright. Stronger harpy and a stronger ogre.
Rout the enemy.
Okay, all allies crit is very good for us to see here, so we can hit with the Zypher here. Pretty good opening damage. Gonna go for a spinning ray. Want to take care of the ogre first,
Nice work.
because he deals the most damage. Okay, happenstance being nice to us, which is good. I am gonna have to heal Bruno though.
That was lucky.
I'm gonna get away with another spinning ray first, because I really just want to get rid of the ogre and then I can heal him as we work our way through the harpy.
Work.
Very good roll. Can heal Bruno now. Nice. Good skills to be getting. Exactly where we want to be level-wise right now. We're ahead on levels, which is good. Better than being ahead by a bit than behind.
You are accosted by a man the instant you set foot in the village. Medicine, please, he begs. His eyes are glazed over, and his general demeanor unsettling. Should he really have medicine? You start to refuse, only to see Melanie's arm reach past you, medicine in hand. Here you go, she says sweetly. The man runs off to who knows where, making noises that can only be described as inhuman. You and the party resolve to continue exploring the village, despite the unsettling encounter that just occurred. Something is askew in this village. It would be best to proceed with caution until you can determine what is happening.
Alright, so we have restricted movement now. And I can't use the jump feature, unfortunately, so I have to go up this way.
Another villager approaches you. Though his speech is slurred, the demand remains the same: medicine. This villager is also behaving strangely. Will you acquiesce to his request? You remove the medicine from your pack, recall for a moment how much it cost, and begin sliding it back into place. In the blink of an eye, the villager snatches up the medicine bottle and darts out of view. Something's not right in this village, Bruno mutters, clearly worried. You hear a panicked cry up the road. Stay with me. Focus on me. That can't be good. You arrive on the scene to find a man collapsed in the street, convulsing. Another man kneels over him in an apparent attempt to provide comfort and care. The nobleman wears impressive white armor befitting a knight. He continues talking to the fallen man as he provides emergency care. Seeing the knight's devotion makes you feel a bit like a putz for doing nothing. You ask Bruno to provide some of his custom supplement. He furrows his brow and solemnly shakes his head. The villager is now clawing at his own face with his fingernails, crying out for medicine. Blood, as black as tar, begins oozing out of his eyes, ears, and mouth. It proceeds to leak from every orifice imaginable. The convulsions subside. Within moments, the villager lies still. A horrific thought makes itself known. This is the first time you have witnessed the death of a fellow man. Even in a world where medicines and elixirs can cure most any ailment, none are safe from death's icy grip. And as well you know, that which is dead can never return. Your mind goes blank. You drop to your knees in shock. Melanie clamps her hand to her mouth, stifling a scream. Ridis shakes uncontrollably. The knight hangs his head. Bruno nervously asks, "What are you doing here?" The knight's name is Sherwin. He identifies himself as a member of the Ivory Order. His travels brought him to this village, where he has been caring for the ailing residents. His face contorts in disgust. If not for these foul drugs, they would be healed. He spits and takes his leave. Bruno gazes upon the villager's corpse with a look of apparent realization.
All right. So now we do that. Head back up.
You knock lightly on the door. An elderly man opens it, beaming at you. He announces himself as Selfor and beckons you inside. Might he be the headman you've heard so much about? Ask me anything you like, he offers. Selfor receives your party, for whatever reason, rather graciously. He could well be a font of knowledge. What will you ask him? You ask if he has seen the dragon. Why, yes, he says. He returned to this island just the other day. Oh, but don't worry, he continues. He hasn't caused us too much trouble. Needless to say, this does not comport with your understanding of the dragon. You notice Melanie lift an eyebrow at his use of the word returned. At any rate, the dragon's presence on the island is confirmed. You quietly celebrate the first credible lead you've yet received. You ask if he is the one in charge of the village. It's true that the villagers call him their headman, but I feel compelled to correct the record and state that my official title is overseer. You make mention of the village's eccentricities. Selfor informs you that the island indeed suffers from an extreme shortage of medicine. He apologizes for the villagers' incivility. Consider it the price to pay for making the world a better place, he adds nonsensically. Your questions satisfactorily answered, you thank Selfor and turn to leave. He asks you to stop. We have yet to discuss the terms of your living here, he declares. You explain that you are only here to pursue the dragon and have no intention to stay. Selfor begs your forgiveness for thinking you were newcomers. It's perfectly understandable, though, what with the non-match among you, he says with a sneer. What does he mean by that? Melanie asks you, unable to grasp the old man's intentions. For reasons unknown, you feel the blood drain from your face. Your breathing grows ragged and you break out in a sweat. We're done here, you say defiantly, as you storm out of the house. Mar runs after you, chirping frantically. Melanie and the others give chase, but you and Mar are well out of sight by the time they make it outside. The two can't have gone far, though. It may be best to first search the village.
So, as we're finding out now, things are not quite all what they seem.
Melanie and company find you standing in front of a house. She can't quite make it out, but it sounds as though you're saying to Mar, "This place is..." Melanie calls out to you, prompting you to blurt out, "Sorry, just had a bad stomachache back there," in your characteristically glib manner. She surveys you both and sees two haggard travelers unwilling to admit they're in need. "Are you sure you're all right?" she asks, concerned. "Fine, absolutely fine," you tell her, perhaps too eagerly. "So you were worried about me," you shoot back. "No, I wasn't," she replies, her face reddening. You spot a familiar-looking mage on the village streets. Winifred takes no notice of you and ducks into the apothecary. "So, the Ivory Order buys their medicine just like everybody else," you muse to yourself as you prick up your ears and listen carefully. Winifred and the apothecary speak in hushed tones. You'd guess it's an order for special medicine, but you can't make it out. Alas, she's just buying the usual stuff. Nothing remotely interesting about that. Though her presence suggests that other members of the Order might also be in town. With no desire to run into them, you make yourself scarce before she catches sight of you.
Alright, now we're gonna head over here to Sherwin.
You spy the very people you were hoping to avoid, gathered near the village gate. "The last thing we need is a confrontation," you mutter, spying them from the shadows. "Why are we always hiding?" Melanie hisses under her breath. Two members of the Order are speaking with Sherwin. Given how deferential they appear to be acting toward him, you hazard a guess that he's their superior. "Have you determined the dragon's location?" Sherwin asks. Hedwin launches into his report. "The dragon appears to be occupying the volcano. I suggest we move to capture him immediately," he counsels. Now who should appear but Winifred, fresh from her shopping excursion. "Preparations for our journey into the volcano are complete," she reports, handing Sherwin a bottle of something. "Splendid." Sherwin walks off and out of sight, the other three following close behind.
Alright.
Lucky for you, your hastily improvised hiding spot afforded you valuable information on the dragon. Yet their conversation raised as many questions as it answered. There was talk of capturing the dragon. Melanie picked up on the incongruity as well. The Queen ordered the dragon killed, she reminds you. The medicine bottle Sherwin received is probably related to their journey into the volcano somehow. Bruno recalls seeing a bottle much like it once before. He says it contains flash freeze, which can chill most anything. Maybe that's what Winifred bought at the apothecary, Bruno continues. You know that the dragon is lurking in the volcano, but you haven't a clue how to get from here to there. Isn't it that mountain with all the smoke pouring out of it? Ridis asks, pointing westward. Why, yes, that sure does look rather like a volcano. You narrow your eyes. You three have no right being this helpful, you think? Mar pinches your cheeks without warning. You yelp in pain, which at the very least crosses dreaming off the list of explanations. Returning to the matter at hand, it's clear what must be done. You'll have to get your hands on some flash freeze if you hope to enter the volcano.
Alright, so we got a bunch of menuing and setup to do before we go to the volcano.
Happen to have any flash freeze for sale? You cheerily ask the apothecary. She flashes a wry smile. How do you steady the roiling magma's flow? She asks cryptically. The meaning behind the question is utterly lost on you. She needs a password, Melanie mutters over your shoulder. The answer, then, would be the password. So, how do you steady the roiling magma's flow? The old woman rolls her eyes, suddenly looking defeated. How did you know the answer? Did someone tell you? She mutters bitterly.
Alright, so now we got that. We can buy the flash freeze that we need. And then we'll come back to the shop after, but we just need to pick that up for now.
The proprietress asks. You've managed to crack the code, and a bottle of flash freeze is yours. At last, you are ready to enter the volcano.
Any spare money that we have at this point, we're going to be buying our heals and things like that.
You've got a long road ahead of you, so
but we need to buy better equipment for the section going on, so we need to head to the armorer. And then we need to buy dark mail for Ash. And we need to buy warrior's mail for Mar. And then we need to buy the Sage's staff for Melanie. And the witchware as well. We're going to be using Ash, Melanie, and Mar for this section coming up. We're going to sell some equipment. And get rid of... I don't really have anything else to get rid of, unfortunately. Okay, so that's it there. We need to put up equipment. We need to move the Wednesday ring off of Bruno. And that needs to go to Ash. need the Numbstay ring on Mar. And then I need to set up some skills. I don't know why I backed all the way out of that menu. So Melanie, we need Charge, we need Cypher. And then I need Freeze. And then Darkness. And then for Ash, we need to have Slash, Heal Plus, Lightning Strike, and Spinning Ray. And then we need to set up Mar as well, and then swap them into the party. So Mar needs Rolling Claw. No, you need Ram, Body Slam, Roundhouse, and Clobber. Get rid of Regenerate. Right? Double checking. I need to make sure I have the right skill. Okay. Alright, because a lot of the enemies we're going to run into are fairly strong in this next section. And then we need to... the item shop. I'm going to buy... I'm not sure if I want to buy a Soothing Stone because it could come in handy, but I don't think I will. Especially because I only have 4K. I usually, if I had more encounters,
How may I help you? The proprietress
would have
inquires.
6K, and it might be worth to do that. So we need to just buy a bunch of these. As we can get. We can only have 10. And then I'm going to mix it on these heals as well. We're going to use these ones out of combat and then 20 heals in combat. Then we're going to... I have 2. I want 3 extras here. It looks like I will definitely have enough to get the Soothing Stone back up. The event that I need to use it on a turn where we don't have access to Melanie. So we're just kind of setting up. This is our biggest buy in menuing that we need to do. Check our HP. Full health, so we're good. Then I need to swap Mar in before I forget. Cool. Alright, time to head to the volcano. So we have to head up around the volcano this way. We want to just get through these enemies.
That was
We
luck.
can.
Nice work.
Mar doesn't deal a lot of damage right now. That's fine.
Excellent.
We mainly have him in our party because he has the ability to use his abilities to go over top of armor. And he can still hit multiple enemies at once as well. I'm gonna generate here. The ideal, and then we can go for damage to all. So yeah, clobber is huge because it's 25 flat damage. So it'll pretty much completely bypass most enemies' armor, even if they're chunky on HP. So deadly poison could be really bad if it rolls high. I'm going to heal Melanie. If I can hold off on using my heals, then I will try to do that. Unfortunate that I missed there. But Ash also has a passive now that allows him to heal after combat a little bit, which is kind of useful in a way. Pick up another elixir here. Okay, so time to clear up inventory because we're full. So we're going to drop this. And then drop this as well. Because yes, there is an inventory limit. I gotta keep the Protectorant in case I do need it. Because the one time I threw it away, I needed it.
Fine fishing spot. Thinking you won't catch anything worthwhile, you leave the area.
Yeah, so the upgrades that we gave everybody are pretty big deal. Because now we got some good damage that can go out to most of the enemies going forward. Until we get a power spike in the last chapter. But we'll have to work for that, unfortunately, because it's not as easy as you think. Alright, so into the volcano we go.
The heat of the volcano engulfs you the moment you set foot inside. Of course, the dragon is hiding out here. Guess it's as good a place as any to corner him, you reason with yourself, trying to keep your spirits up. Crossing this river of lava won't be easy. Here's how you cross a lava river. Bam! You open the bottle of flash freeze and pour some into the raging river of lava. The lava instantly hardens, forming a bridge of rock.
Alright, go through the volcano. So this dungeon could be pretty lengthy. It's also very high on encounter rate as well. Enemies are weak to ice here, which is why we swapped in freeze. And potentially allows us to get double damage with Mar for a nice 50 hit. If we get lucky with the setup on it. But that might not always be the case.
Don't hold back.
Good, we got a free. Nice. Then if we get lucky with this dice roll. We didn't. We could have got double damage
Fortune
there.
favors the
That's unfortunate. But we can still kill the wolf in one turn. Fine. Gonna be some money along the path here that we want to grab. Grab that, and we're gonna head this way. Okay, so we want to deal with the ogre first. That guy usually buffs you.
That was lucky.
Need to heal Mar. A charge spell here. Or not.
Ouch.
Fine. They're all weak enough to... They don't have high enough armor. Heal Melanie instead. That was unfortunate. That guy. That we can focus on the other characters and let the free just expire. Yeah, the heal plus is nice, so instead of healing 10 on a turn, we can heal 30. It does cost quite a bit more gems. Instead of 1, it costs 2. Just a bit more effective than using a potion. It just costs us a turn in order for that to go off.
Congrats.
Mar will come back. Kill him. Why we have these 10 heals. Save the 20s for when we're in combat. More money.
And fight.
Go ahead and kill the buffer first. Oh. Or, sorry, freeze him, but you can just go ahead and kill him too, that works. I do need to heal Melanie, but I can't do that this turn. That's unfortunate that I missed both. I'm gonna charge here and hope he doesn't hit Melanie. Good. Cool.
That was lucky.
Bobber. A charge here so that I can heal Mar and then Mar can finish off. Alright, well, I'm leveled, so it was kind of a waste of heal there, but fine.
You can't help but chant, "It's hot, so hot," every couple of steps, as if conjuring a spell. "You're just wasting energy," Melanie chides. Perhaps you could stand to learn a thing or two from her rational approach. Bruno seizes on the moment. "Yeah, this isn't even worth whining over," he says, flexing at you. "It is way too hot for this," Melanie screams, forgetting her own advice.
What an absolute Chad.
About the enemy.
Alright, I want to freeze you. Would have loved to get the freeze on the ogre, but that didn't quite happen. I don't know why he buffed there, but okay. Okay, and then we can go ahead and buff.
Nice work.
Alright. Up. I hope I remember which way to go so the paths don't get blocked off. Get a free heal off
Just
this guy.
as you're about to faint from the oppressive heat, a heroic voice calls out to you. You turn and watch with wide eyes as beads of sweat glisten over his muscular body, only snapping out of your reverie when he asks if you're okay. According to the man, conditions will only worsen from here on out. He offers to lend you a comfy sleeping mat and blanket to rest with before continuing your journey.
Take the free rest.
Your party is fully recovered, but now your body reeks of sweat. You thank the man before heading on your way.
Yeah, almost a match for Bruno. So now we can head up over this way. We're going to be picking up a chest with a marine suit in it. I really do not like for the charge. My better judgment. We're gonna hit with the Spinning Ray. So that we're dealing damage to everybody, and then we're gonna hit with a Clobber on the Ogre. It'll bypass all that armor. Because I don't like the fact that he can just insanely buff his damage like that. I would like to fertile you. Go for one of the enemies here. Cypher here. We're gonna want to just straight up attack here. I need to get some gems back in the bank. I'm gonna freeze the turtle again, hopefully. Oh. If we can get a clobber, Mar can just kill the turtle now, ignoring the armor. So I'm going to focus on killing this, and then Mar will go for the clobber, and then we're out of the fight.
Work.
Since it's flat 25 damage, we just don't care about the armor. Because otherwise, if I hit with anything else, I'm gonna do like 1 or so damage. Alright, Bruno's got a pretty important skill. Don't want to go up there just yet, because I want to get that marine suit that I was talking about. We need to go this way. Some money. Alright, turtle, hopefully. Fortunate, and he dodged. Hold off on the heat. Go for a lightning strike here. Hopefully I don't regret holding off on the heal. I need to charge, because that's basically what Melody's duty is going to be for the most part here. Oh, we got a crit too. Awesome.
That was lucky.
That was good to get a crit there. Crit on a flat damage skill like that, it just is absolutely great to see. Yeah, I'm getting bad rolls on the freezing, unfortunately.
Excellent.
Yeah, going Sano style on them, Mar. Gotta heal Mar up. But we want to get out of this fight as quick as we can. Alright, good job, Mar. Back into our heals. There'll be an elixir below us once we get near the staircase. Good. Finally we got a crit and a freeze. Great. So when the turn comes back around to Mar, we can have him focus on killing the turtle in 1 turn. We can just go for a clobber, and that'll deal 50 damage, because being frozen doubles damage on anything you take at that point.
Oh?
Like, this is like where I said, like, Mar basically becomes an MVP with the ability to ignore armor on enemies like this. which is extremely helpful.
You've spent so long in here, even I'm starting to sweat.
We got the elixir, we can head up the stairs now. Have to go down through here.
A clump of familiar white outfits comes into view. You've caught up with the Ivory Order at last. We shall be the ones to fell the dragon, you proclaim loudly to no one, apparently, for the Order pays you no mind. At your persistence, Winifred requests, please do not interfere with the dragon's capture, clearly annoyed. As you all suspected, they have no intention of following the Queen's orders to slay the dragon. What will you do with him once he is yours? Melanie asks forcefully. But her answer shall have to wait. The lava bubbles and swirls as monsters leap out onto the rock before you. It would seem the only way out is through. In a flash, Sherwin's blade cleaves one in two. Clearly, he has earned his rank within the Order. Keep moving, he bellows, leading his companions deeper into the volcano.
Sherwin is just that
strong. The remaining monster turns toward you, eager to avenge its fallen friend. There shall be no avoiding this battle.
Alright. Forced encounter here, obviously. Not a difficult one. Not a big deal. Fortunately, I would have liked to get a freeze there, but not the end of the world, so it's an easy fight. Take out the wolf. Freeze the threat there. Good hit.
You escape with your lives, but the Ivory Order has put some distance between you. All your efforts will be for naught if they reach the dragon before you do. You hurry the party onward.
Alright. We're almost at the boss coming up. This is going to be the first real scary run of the fight,
roar
or the game.
As you set foot on the summit. The dragon must be close.
Going to be done in 2 parts as well. It's a 2-phase fight. We're going to hold off on any heals if we don't have to do them right now, and then wait for the opportunity to do that with a save right before we get into the fight. Really hate these turtles because of the ability for them to do stuff like that. We're gonna generate here. That way I have the mana to heal Melanie and then just clobber on the one turtle. Take care of it. They both have 22 armor, a little higher than most of my damage. Go for the free. Go. And we're gonna pass on Ash's turn. Pass here. I'm gonna go for charge. And that'll allow me to heal Mar. And then Mar can go for the killing blow since Clobber is going to get double damage and deal 50. Wouldn't have mattered if I got the healing item there, but the Protectorant wouldn't have been a bad option there.
You reach the caldera only to find the dragon and the Ivory Order members locked in battle. Their teamwork is impeccable. With each strike, they drive the dragon further back. Vince is doing everything he can to protect the dragon, but nothing can slow Sherwin and company's advance. The Ivory Order approaches the dragon, quite sure of their victory. They shall have their quarry at this rate. You can see the writing on the wall. You shrink away from the fight. Go on, get out there, Melanie yells, kicking you square in the rump. We'll be the ones to collect the bounty on the dragon's head, you yell. What vulgar ambition, Hedwyn says with a sneer. Hedwyn and Winifred each keep one eye on you as they begin incanting a spell to hold the dragon in place. Without warning, the dragon slams his tail against the ground. Cracks in the earth form beneath his feet. The rock beneath the Ivory Order gives way, sending them tumbling down below. You surmise the fall wasn't far enough to kill them, but they won't make it back here anytime soon. The dragon spreads his wings and flies towards the caldera. This may be your only chance to slay him without the Ivory Order interfering.
Alright, we're gonna make our way up to the boss fight.
Let's do this.
3 turtles? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna run. It's a guaranteed run on this. Or at least on par now. Alright, before we go on to the dragon, like I said, we're going to... Our party is topped up here. Like we just had to heal Ash and that's it. And we're gonna make a safety save. Alright, here we go.
The dragon sits perched on the edge of the caldera. You eye him warily, shouting, "There's nowhere left to run." He lets loose an intimidating roar, but you and your party stand tall, unbowed. Victory is within reach. You have never felt more ready to slay a creature in your life. You draw your sword and charge, blade raised and ready to strike. In an instant, his bodyguard appears before you. You can see the bloodlust inside him as he stares you all down. He looks upon you and sees only greed. "Fools," he shouts. "You shall not be stopped. You have your reasons for wanting the dragon dead, and they are enough. They are everything. This conflict is inevitable. You heave your sword toward the enemy, come what may."
Alright, so, as I said, this is going to be a 2-phase boss fight here. On this first phase, we want to get Vince below 40. Trigger the next phase. We're going to ignore the dragon as best as we can. So we're going to generate right off the bat. We're going to use Mar to kind of chip away at his health with Clobber. hopefully not get paralyzed in the process there.
Nice.
But this is where Mara's gonna shine. And he can just avoid the armor like this. And on this turn, we can hit flat damage as well on Melanie. We do have to be careful of the dragon though, because it does a lot of damage. Nice, we also got the crit. Good. Okay. Alright, that puts us into the next phase really quickly.
Vince
That went
falls,
very well.
his face covered in blood. Why would you give your life to protect the dragon? Melanie asks sharply. Asks the one who has forsaken her own. What would you know of loyalty? Vince roars, consumed with rage. He begins chanting, no doubt preparing to cast
And now
a spell.
now starts the harder phase.
No, that spell is forbidden, Melanie shrieks. It's too... A stupendously powerful magic swirls out of the ether, enveloping them both. Vince turns to face you once more, his aura unlike anything you've felt before. You tighten your grip on your sword. There's no turning back now.
Alright. We're gonna have to heal Mara immediately, and during this phase we need to get him down to 30 HP.
Vince adopts a sweeping stance between you and the dragon. You'll have to deal with him first if you hope to attack your quarry.
That's so unfortunate. But we need to keep Mara alive more than anybody. Come on, get in there, Mara. Do your thing. Just hope they don't hit Melanie. Never mind. Bye-bye, Melanie. Now I can use this turn to pick up Melanie. Yeah, even though Mars only got 20 attack versus 23 armor, because of the flat damage that Mara can do, this is why he excels at bypassing the armor of upper enemy. But we had to kind of hold off on using them until this point in the game, because Mars just a little too weak without these skills that he gets, and without the better gear. Alright, now we can just hit darkness and that should end the fight. Your elements is guaranteed to happen once he drops below, so we just gotta make sure we have enough HP to survive. It'll always cast once he drops below. And we have to go for a finish. There we go. Alright, we survived. Another huge chunk of experience to get our levels up. Now hit 19 on everybody.
The battle has been won. Tears stream down Vince's face. You watch him out of the corner of your eye as you turn your attention toward the dragon. Vince, undeterred by the wounds that now cover his body, rises to his feet and moves to protect the dragon one last time. Enough! The dragon speaks. He declares that he wishes to see further harm befall none. Then you ought not to have brought harm upon us, you shout, listing off the horrors you have heard on your journey. Vince, filled with righteous indignation, denounces each and every one as a lie. The dragon admits that your prowess in battle and willingness to pursue him the world over have earned you the right to hear the truth about this world. The dragon claims he shares a special bond with the medicine that helps people the world over. Everyone in the world drinks this medicine as though it were water. Taking this medicine heals all wounds and cures all ills. It is a crutch that humanity can no longer live without. The primary ingredient in this medicine is dragon tear. All those who succeeded in capturing the dragon in the past forced him to live a nightmarish existence on this island. They would stab him with several hundred spears. They would slice his scales off with their swords. Every day a fresh horror would visit him in the heart of the island, and every day he would cry out in pain. They then gathered up the dragon tear he shed and used it to produce their medicine. You cast your mind back over your travels, over all the people who sought the medicine and were saved by it. The mere thought that so much good was born of the dragon's torture makes your mind reel. You feel unmoored. No one moves, or so much as makes a sound. His words weigh on each and every one of you. The dragon claims he has grown weary of suffering for the benefit of humankind. And so, he intones, I beseech you, strike me down. You hear only hurt and fatigue in his voice. Comply, and you will fulfill the order that was given you. The riches you have coveted for so long shall be yours. But know that if you do, the medicine upon which people have come to rely shall cease to exist, threatening the very foundation upon which humanity was built. Now, knowing the tragic reality, you cannot kill this creature. Your heart filled with anguish, you lower your weapon. Out of nowhere, a burst of magic crashes over the entire party, rendering you unable to move. The Ivory Order have found their way back to the caldera and stand before the dragon once more. Sherwin stares the dragon down, fire in his eyes. At last, the world is safe, he says. Seize him at once, Edwin urges. With a nod, Sherwin approaches the dragon. In one motion, Sherwin unsheathes his sword and cleaves the dragon in two. The dragon's lifeless corpse lurches backward before dropping over the edge into the caldera. "What have you done?" the others ask quietly, unable to comprehend Sherwin's actions. The earth shakes. The dragon's body seems to have energized the lava enough to spur an eruption. "All that remains is to destroy that place," he hisses, and storms off.
Yeah,
on purpose.
this is like where the story really takes that Yoko turn for into that dark part of the
remaining
stories.
members of the Ivory Order are still in
Really
shock,
makes you
but Hedwyn
think
orders
about
them
everything
out,
that we've
and
gone
they
through.
flee out of sight.
And
The volcano
really
is
puts
about to
emphasis
erupt,
on
and will
the
surely take you with it. Melanie suggests
on a lot of the stuff that we
party
went through
take Vince as well,
with a different
but he
context.
insists he remain here. He speaks his final request, his voice already fading. "Dragon Tear is more powerful than you can imagine," he says, his voice weak and raspy. "It could end this world. You mustn't let them use it. Stop them at all costs. Use the forbidden magic if you have to, Melanie." Vince's final pronouncement echoing in your head, you race to catch up to the Ivory Order. The eruption is imminent. The earlier tremors collapsed the passage you took to reach the caldera.
Alright, now we gotta escape in a set amount of turns
Follow the other
before we
passage out and
die in the
escape
volcano.
before it's too late.
And we can't use the jump. So we're gonna save, in case. And gonna hopefully get through
About the end.
things relatively quickly. We're gonna try to escape from some of these fights if we can, but some of these fights are gonna be more difficult to roll out of. So in this section, we're just going to try to run away from every fight possible, unless it's an easy one. Because we do kind of want money for our last shop and buy before we go into the last, as we go into the last chapter of the game. Oh, good roll. Alright, I have to remember the path to get out of here. I don't want to waste all my movement turns. Okay, curse is really bad because any healing now hurts us, which is unfortunate. Matter. Got through the fight in one turn. Yeah, like, simple little fights like this we'll take, but we won't be taking any of the fights that have, like, purple turtles, ogre and turtle, that kind of thing. We're gonna avoid those fights by trying to run away from them, because they take too much more time to do. But yeah, as in typical fashion with a lot of the Yoko Taro games.
That was lucky.
Pretty on par with the way the story direction with its turns and stuff like that. Good roll. And we got a crit.
Oh?
Very good. And we got a freeze, so that's good. Gonna pass on that turn. I'm gonna pass on that turn as well. And go with Melanie for a double freeze because of the weakness. I'll hit a 33. Just trying to be efficient with... Okay, the damage boost item is nice to see. I usually don't get those. That was the wrong way, unfortunately. Took a sharp turn by accident. I can only make a few mistakes on the direction, so I need to not turn down too many dead ends. Because 100 moves is quite a lot.
About the enemy.
I will take solo encounters all day, every day, if they want to keep offering them to me.
Take your time. There's no need to rush yet.
Game's finally giving us better rolls on average, so that's nice.
About the enemy.
Try to freeze the turtle here. Get that, that's unfortunate. Turtle getting buffed is not the greatest thing to see,
Oh?
but that's totally fine. It's probably better if I go for a charge here, but I can get a heal. Oh, wrong character. That was a whoopsie daisies.
Nice work.
Fine. It's probably better if I go with a roundhouse here since I can't kill the turtle. Melanie's gonna go down, unfortunately. fine. We'll be able to kill both of them this turn now. We're gonna have Exacxi. Our main way to like actually do some farming is on the escape here for extra money. Just gonna charge, get the heal in. Go for the Clobber. On Melon, you should be able to finish it off with ice.
You did great.
We'll have one more forced encounter as we're getting out of the volcano coming up.
You're nearly out. The relief of knowing you may yet outrun the encroaching lava is immense.
So we still had like another 30 moves, which is nice.
Short-lived, as monsters burst forth from the lava, blocking your escape.
Alright. Slightly beefier turtle than average,
And
but
fight.
has lower armor. Or, yeah, just a little bit more HP, if anything. So we're gonna go for the free here. Missed. Just don't want these guys debuffing me at any point here, so we're just gonna try to take care of them and then deal with the turtle, because they're just gonna be easier to kill. Turtle is not too much of a concern here unless he gets buffed. Not getting any freeze rolls in play, which is rather unfortunate.
Oh?
Alright, we hit 20, which is good.
You
So
race out of the volcano, the monsters scarcely having hit the ground behind.
Alright, so we're done with that chapter now. So us hitting 20 this early is really good, because normally we'd be like, what, 17, 18 by this point? So we're ahead on experience and levels, which is very good going into chapter 7 because of the big spike that happens. Where we're put back into a point where we feel significantly weaker otherwise, until we get some gear in this next chapter that kind of spikes us back up to being at least on par for the going into like the final boss fight, which is very scary if you're not prepared for it. But I feel very confident currently. So the only thing that might be a bit of an issue for us will be the happenstance. So provided it plays nicely with us, we should be okay. But we have one last chance to do any
After your narrow
equips
escape from the
and
volcano,
buys.
you mull over what you learned at the summit. The truth about the dragon and the medicine, what the Ivory Order and Sherwin are actually after, and Vince's dying warning about Dragon Tear destroying the world. You decide to return to the village of the sick to try and make sense of everything.
Alright, so now we're out of there, we can just jump back.
I'm exhausted, says Ridis. She certainly looks it. Bruno is silent and looks deep in thought. As you head into the village after your friends, another headache splits your skull. This place. Something about it is triggering a memory that feels like it's trying to claw its way out of your brain. Let's rest up at the inn, suggests Melanie, taking in everyone's state. You must fancy yourself quite the eccentric coming here, the innkeeper drones, as if incensed by your very presence. Stay if you want to stay, the innkeeper continues, utterly disinterested in even attempting to sell you on a room. At dinner time, you and your friends gather around the table. For a while, it's quiet, but then Melanie speaks up. Now that the dragon's been defeated, she says, what are we going to do? In truth, the Ivory Order wanted to capture the dragon alive, but Sherwin killed him. You can't help feeling the Ivory Order is still hiding something about this island, the dragon and the medicine. We might want to look into this island a bit more, suggests Melanie. Bruno agrees with you. They call this place Mount Medica. Something tells me there are still secrets to uncover. Whether you go after the Ivory Order or investigate the island, first and foremost, you need information. The Overseer should be pretty knowledgeable about the island, reasons Melanie. You decide to pay a visit to the Overseer after a good night's rest.
So we go with the middle option there, because that's the quickest way to advance through without extra dialogue.
Selfor, the village headman come overseer, comes out to welcome you. After detailing what happened atop the volcano, you ask him to tell you everything he knows about this island. So, the dragon's tears are the medicine's main ingredient, he muses. You ask Selfor if the medicine is made on this island. After a moment, he begins speaking in a quiet voice. He tells you about the medicine factory here on the island that the Ivory Order oversees, and that this village was founded in order to provide a steady supply of human test subjects for their new medicine. Now that you know the truth about the island and the village, you turn to Selfor and pose further questions. What do you mean, testing new medicine, you ask? Selfor explains that before the Ivory Order sends any of its medicines out to the greater world, they test them here first. With all the new medicines they're constantly prescribed, the villagers here suffer strange side effects. All except Selfor, who says he's exempt from the tests on account of being in charge of the village on the Order's behalf. Probing further, you ask, and the Ivory Order forced the dragon to make medicine at that factory? I'm almost positive they did, he replies. That explains why the Order wanted to capture him, says Bruno, understanding dawning on his face. But if that's the case, why did Sherwin flout the Order and kill the dragon? You're still missing the final piece of this puzzle. Sometimes we get people who try to escape, he says, his gaze dropping. The Order always catches them. This is horrible, says Melanie, a harrowed look on her face. You know the abandoned house at the western edge of the village? Well, once upon a time, a family of 4 lived there. As Selfor speaks, you feel all the blood drain from your body. There's something I'd like to see for myself at that house, you say, your brow creased. At the uncharacteristically somber look on your face, Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno give silent nods.
Alright, so we've learned the truth about this village and how it's a testing ground for medicine, and people are trapped and forced to be human guinea pigs, which is super not okay. And where the medicine comes from.
Dilapidated house. It looks like no one's lived here for a long, long time. You open the door and go inside, your gaze roving across the dusty space. Your eyes land on a progression of horizontal notches on the lower section of a support beam, markings to measure a child's growth. And carved into the beam beside the markings are your and Mar's names. Seeing your names unleashes a flood of memories you hadn't realized you'd kept locked away.
Alright, so we get a flashback sequence now. This part's not narrated, so I'm just kind of pausing in between everything here so that we can all read through. I'm not going to try to attempt to voice act this stuff because I'm still recovering from a bit of surgery and things like that, so I've been trying to keep my talking to a little bit of a minimum right now. But as we are seeing here with this flashback, that Ash grew up in the house here with parents, which he had forgotten that he had, and a sister. And it looks like, as much with the villagers when we first got here, they became addicted to the medicine. Probably died from an overdose.
The trauma of what happened, combined with the effects of the medicine, spurred the loss of your memories. But now you remember the horror in full detail. Sobbing, you gather Mar in your arms. Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno just stand there in silence, absorbing the truth of your origins. Melanie, who knows all too well the pain of losing your parents, turns to you with tears on her cheeks. We have a lot in common, you and I. That's how we've made it this far together, she says softly. Moved by her kindness, you give her a silent nod. But I've still got farther to go, you say, scrubbing your face dry. As painful as those memories are, something the Ivory Order disciples said gave you hope. If you can get your hands on an undiluted solution of dragon tear, you can restore Mar to her human form. And what was that about the place they called the mausoleum? That's probably a good enough place as any to start looking for dragon tear. Melanie doesn't miss the determination that blooms on your face. Whatever it is you need to do, she says, I'm with you.
Head back up here to Sulphur.
You ask Silfor if he's ever heard of a place called the Mausoleum. He tells you the steep cliffs north of the village block the way. To get to the Mausoleum, you'll have to go around. He advises you to first go east and then head north from the wharf. The wharf, that's where we first docked, right? Clarifies Bruno. Ooh, the path to the mausoleum is a long one. If you start feeling weary on your journey, use the jump feature to return to the village.
Alright, so now that we're through there, we got some stuff to do in town before we leave. So, we're hoping... Which money we have? I'm hoping for around 9,000. That's not quite the money that I was looking for. That's fine. So we're gonna head to... hold on. We can't go to the apothecary. I have to go to the armory first. So instead, we're gonna buy the Evil's Bane. And we're gonna hope that we have enough money, but we still have quite a few items. I don't think we'll necessarily need things. We need Crimson Claws for Mar. We actually have some actual damage now. I need a Poison Stay Ring. And that's gonna go on Melanie. And I'll bump her damage with it. And then do sell off stuff that we don't need anymore. Sell the Minstrel. Sell the Iron Claws. Fairy Dress. And the Ring of Protection. And then in our items, we don't need 2 other bells, so we can sell that. And everything else we can keep. We have 2 Sooth Stones, so that's nice. Then we can head on over here to the apothecary and then stock up on any heals that we don't have maxed out in our party. I don't have enough room right now, so I'm gonna make room then. I sell off all of these small heals for the bigger ones. How many elixirs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elixirs. That should be enough. The other thing that I probably... Yeah, I think it's just by heals. Alright. We're good. Time to leave. Oh, hold on. I need to go back and talk to Sulfur first, and then we can leave. Oh, we've already done this. Fine. I thought we didn't do that yet, but we're good to go, I guess. Okay. Let's head on out of here. Party hasn't changed. We're gonna jump back over this side so that we can get up on the right side path here. I'm going to peek in the store just to see if there's anything worthwhile here.
Happy to sell to you for a fraction of the price, the old woman says as she lines up some medicine bottles
That's
before you.
unfortunate.
I'm closing for the day.
If this was a ring shop,
her goods,
that would have been nice, but it's not.
A giant boulder impedes the path. You stop, unable to go any farther. But when you turn around, who do you see but the Ivory Order trio? In a flash, you draw your weapons, but Hedwyn calls out, "Wait." Unlike the other times you've crossed paths, the trio doesn't seem keen on fighting you. You lower your weapons in response. Conveniently, you've got some questions for them anyway. You demand to know what the Ivory Order wants. There's no reason to hide it any longer, begins Hedwyn. He tells you of the immense fortune the Order amassed by selling the medicine they forced the dragon to make on this island. And he confirms recapturing the dragon was the Order's true goal. The dragon's imprisonment on this island was a secret only the upper echelons of the Order were privy to. Even Queen Nilla didn't know. You ask where the mausoleum is. Coincidentally, says Hedwyn, that is exactly where we are bound as well. Atop the volcano, Sherwin swore to destroy that place. Hedwyn says he was talking about the mausoleum. Winifred ponders the question of why Sherwin would betray the Order and kill the dragon. Alas, we cannot get to the mausoleum with this in our way, Hedwyn says, gesturing to the giant boulder.
Sounds like a job for Bruno.
Upon closer examination of the boulder, you see fissures spidering along its surface. Perhaps it was weakened by the earthquake caused by the volcano erupting. With the right approach, you might be able to force your way through after all.
We're going to ask Bruno.
You ask Bruno to put his brawn to use and smash the boulder to smithereens. He squares off in front of the giant stone and strikes the fissure with a mighty knife-edged chop. Silence rings for a moment before the boulder crumbles to dust. The Ivory Order trio offers a curt thanks before hurrying on ahead. The jerks. An old man totters along in front of you. With an eerie smile, he pauses and whispers, "Another eye of the dragon opens." Suddenly, the ground begins to quake so hard, you are nearly knocked off your feet. It stops as quickly as it came, and you let out a sigh of relief. The old man continues on his way, repeating to himself, "The eye has opened."
Alright, so that's going to open up the Vexing Cave. which we're not going to be going to. And now we're going to set up some skills. So Melanie's going to have Charge, Cypher, Flame, and Darkness. We want Ash to have Slash, Healing, Lightning Strike, and Tri-Blade. And then we want Mar set up with Ram, Rolling Claw, Roundhouse, and Clobber. And then we can use the Vexing Cave to jump and save us a little bit of time of going around, but we're not going to go in, and instead we're going to go back this way. We can go pick up something. And the reason that happens is because we now have access technically right now to go fight a super boss, but obviously on a new game file, we're not quite going to be ready for that. We're going to pick up a freeze stay ring, which is going to be great, and then we're going to be equipping that to Ash. And then we're going to head back over this way, and then head to the mausoleum. It's up here in the corner. We're gonna keep trying to run away from some of these fights, because I don't want to be fighting anything outside of the mausoleum. Because this is where the difficulty kind of spikes up quite a bit. Hello. Did I go the wrong way? Like I did. Unlucky.
Fortune.
Am I misremembering where the Bloody Mausoleum is? I'm having difficulty fighting the Mausoleum. There it is. I was like, it's over here somewhere.
Don't hold back.
Forgot it's like tucked away in here. 2, we can run. Anything that's around a 4, I'm gonna attempt to run from. We just need to hit level 22 at this point with Mars specifically, because he's going to be the most important character for the rest of the run.
Our Ivory Order disciples standing at the door to the mausoleum. Let us through, you say, but something isn't right. Trespassers will be disposed of on orders of Master Sherwin. Kill, they murmur dispassionately, and then attack.
Yeah, so Melanie needs to get to 20 to get her best ability and skill. And yeah, now that we're in the mausoleum, there's a big spike in difficulty at this point. So hopefully we get through here relatively unscathed at this point. And then we hit the 20 with Melanie and 22 with Mar, but I'll be very careful about some of these encounters, especially the forced ones. Considering that the damage that they can deal. Our being debuffed is not a big deal here since we have Qualber.
Oh?
Alright, now that we got the healer out of the way, we can deal with the knight. Taking advantage of weaknesses and flat damage. Alright, got a crit there, which is nice.
Excellent.
So we're just gonna go for a charge spell here since Happenstance gave them resistance to dark this turn. And we'll go for a Clobber. And then I go for a Tri-Blade here. Oh yeah, I got debuffed, so that did nothing. That's unfortunate. Go for Darkness. That should kill. Alright, we hit 20, which is good. Gotta get Mar up to 22 before we get to the final boss.
It seems the Ivory Order disciples have come back to themselves. Their faces are blank. Apparently, they don't recall anything after Sherwin ordered them to guard the door. Could he have hypnotized them? The Ivory Order disciples are gone.
Should I do a quick check? Mars at 20. So next thing we need to do is, now that Melanie hit 20 there, we can put on Zero Element, which we already have seen what that does when Vince used it.
You shall not pass.
Very, very powerful spell. So we have quite a few forced encounters here with the Ivory Disciples.
And fight.
And because of the difficulty spike with the enemies, we gotta be very careful about what we're doing here with these encounters. Very good crit, Mar. Thank you, thank you. So we're going to be relying quite a bit on our abilities of our party at this point. Who's Gandalf? What are you talking about there, Kitsu?
Lucky.
The Disciple? You think he's Gandalf? Because he's on the wrong team if that's the case. He's a bad guy this time. So the supposed good guys that we've been told about throughout the beginning of the game are not really the good guys, as goes typical Yokotaro fashion. Alright. So we're one level away now on Mar, which is good. So we can keep barreling through here. Try to get through the mausoleum as quickly as we can, but this place is pretty lengthy to get through.
About the enemy.
Okay, it's probably better if I just do the fight because of the success rate on the run. But the scary part about this enemy is they damage all skills. But if Mara keeps acting like an absolute gem that she is, we'll could have no problems. Just needs to keep doing what she's doing.
You sense something strange about this place. You can hardly make out your surroundings in the dim. You'd best watch your step.
We have restricted movement on this floor. We want to not step on the spikes because we'll just take full party damage if that happens. So this would be a good case for a roundhouse. Instead of dealing 25 damage, we can hit all of them like that. And then I probably want to do a tri-blade here and get rid of this guy. And we can hit a darkness here. Mar just being an absolute MV. Hopefully Mar is just as good as what's...
Ouch. The floor's covered in spikes. Looks like a trap meant to deter
I'm gonna have to heal because of stepping on the floor like that. Trying to avoid doing that. It's fine, we got lots of heals.
And fight.
Okay, seal is really bad if it lands on us because it'll stop us from using any skills that cost gems. Would obviously not be ideal. Like the one main thing that I don't like, so that's why we want to target these wolves first so they can't do that.
That was lucky.
We'll just go for a rolling claw here. That missed, that's unfortunate. I got myself in the wrong spot. I really don't like this restricted movement. Okay. Generate there, because I'm not sure if I can run away. It's a 7 still, yeah. That's what I was afraid of, with these enemies all being significantly harder. So our main damage for the rest of the game is going to be Mar and Melanie going forward.
An Ivory Order disciple stands in your way. Something strange about this one, too. This is as far as you will get. Don't hold back.
Increase light damage. Not the greatest thing to see at the start. Or clobber. Hit with the regular and then zero element. Oh, I don't have enough. That's unfortunate. Okay, go for a darkness instead. And we got a crit, so that's good.
That was lucky.
We can go for a rolling claw with the damage buff. And then heal Ash. If we went for Clobber, I wouldn't have been able to heal out. So, would have put me at risk. Go with a charge. These guys being able to do as much damage very easily is a little scary. Mar also has a passive after hitting 20 that restores per turn as well. So it's good for keeping Mar in the fight without necessarily needing to heal Mar as much now. Okay, well, you got Bruno and Ridus's final skills as well. And yeah, if you caught that, because I clicked on the ability really quickly.
Unlike the lower level, the lights are lit. Someone's been here.
Zero Element has a plus 30 flat, plus 30 already on it before it even looks at Melanie's actual damage, which is already at 30. So that's 60 damage before armor negations.
Another Ivory Order disciple blocks your path. Trespassers will be disposed of.
So they would have to have armor in around the 30s to be able to negate the extra huge damage boost that Zero Element gets. But it is very expensive to cast, which is the only issue with it. But it hits the entire field as well, so it's very good for dealing damage to multiple enemies in a single go. Really just wants to keep Melanie buff there. That's fine. Mar's just gonna go to town on him.
Nice work. That was lucky.
Go Mar. Alright, Mar hit 22. Alright, we got Destruction. Got that a little earlier than I anticipated as well, so that's good. Now we can go and throw that on. So we want Ram, Rolling Claw, Roundhouse, and Destruction, which is 25 flat, plus my damage, which is already at 30 plus. And then, I mean, Roundhouse is good to keep as well, but I think I'm going to make the elective decision to drop Roundhouse for... No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, no, I just... There's no reason for me to drop Clobber. I'm going to stick to what's in my notes. I trust what I've written down. Not get sidetracked here.
Yet another ivory impasse. How many of them are there in here? On the orders of Master Sherwin.
Alright. So after we kill this knight, we're gonna go pick up a new weapon for Mar before we go up the stairs. We're gonna generate here. And now Mara is going to be able to unleash almost full potential of damage once we get the new weapon. Oh, we got a crit too.
Nice.
Yeah. Good stuff, Mar.
Excellent.
Just so much damage now. We don't even have the
I was lucky.
new weapon that Mar's going to be getting.
It felt like that knight wanted to stop you from going any further.
You get the money here. I don't know why I grabbed that money, to be honest. I don't necessarily need it. Just a habit. Oh, okay. I'm cursed, so I don't want to do any healing, which is unfortunate, because Mar is going to do self-healing. So it's just something we'll have to put up with. Good, we dodged that. Happenstance just being happenstance right now, it looks like. Okay, now we can start healing again. Oh, cool. We can just go for a 0 element then. Alright, thank you, happenstance. We're like well ahead of levels at this point. Very good. Gonna duck into this room, get the weapon for Mar.
The sign reads, "There is more here than meets the eye."
Transformers reference. I'll call it like I see it. We know that Yokotaro likes his
Why
references.
not check the wall around here? Would you look at that? A secret passage. This must be what that sign was talking about.
Alright, there's gonna be some stuff in here that we want to pick up. once we get through these encounters. So we're going to go for a 0 element with Melanie over using Mar to deal damage with destruction. Again, Mara's main job is going to be single target. Glad they didn't kill Melanie. That would have been bad. Nice, and a crit. Very good. Yep. Very much happy that we finally got our damage spike here.
Found another secret passage. They sure make it easy to get lost in this place.
They can get armor from Mar now. Alright, so we're gonna generate here. My HP, yeah. We'll probably just go for a regular attack here. And go for a heal. And then 0 element. Okay. Go. Alright, now we have Dreamwoven armor from Mar. We're gonna go ahead and throw that on. But like all of these items are considered like god tier items at this point, which is very useful for us. I'm gonna see if I can. No, it's an 8, so no point trying to run from this. Soothstone pickup is really good. You want to definitely be saving those for the upcoming final boss fight. Got another elixir, which is good.
Yet another secret passage. How many of these things are there?
Alright, and we're gonna go up here. We're gonna go grab one of the best weapon in the game for Melanie. So her damage will get pumped even more. She's already really strong as it is, but once we get her god tier weapon on, she'll be doing even more damage.
That was lucky.
Might not need to do the backup setup and have Bruno in the group at this rate because we're so far ahead on levels, and as long as, like I said, RNG and happenstance cooperate, we'll be pretty good and set up for the final multi-phase boss fight.
Nice work.
No, this game is not connected to Nero Drakengard in any way. This has some of the same people that worked on them.
Don't hold back.
So at this point, we don't really have to rely on dice rolls for our damage output, which is very nice. So we just finally got to a point in the game where we're actually doing really well.
Here? Whoever built this place was seriously twisted.
Alright, so we got Dark Lore now. And we can head back over here.
Figures there'd be a secret passage here too. Go on and see where it leads.
But yeah, this is a very much an independent game from Yoko. You did say for a while you wanted to work on something that wasn't Drakengard or Nier related in any way. And we got 3 amazing RPGs out of it, and I'm very happy about that, especially because they're turn-based.
Yet another secret passage. I've lost count of how many you've found, but hopefully, this is the last of them. You sense an extraordinary presence ahead. You'd best not proceed unprepared. Once you go in there, you won't be able to save. Proceed with caution.
Yeah, so point of no return now, so we're going to prep ourselves here. Before we save, though, I do want to heal up everybody. Max. Oh, I guess it was just Melanie that was weak. That's fine. We should be all good to go. Just in case, though, I'm gonna set up Bruno, in case we do need to bring him out. For some reason. That there. That's all we need to do. Equipment. Actually, no, because we need the paralyzer ring on, so yeah, we can just do it that way. Yes, I do need Bruno. We have him set up. We're gonna get an autosave here, so it's not a big deal.
Immense power enshrouding the whole of this floor.
Alright. Go for it. Alright. This is gonna be our final boss encounter coming up.
The Ivory Order trio lies collapsed at Sherwin's feet. Sherwin glances your way as he notices your presence. You again. What are you after? You ask him. This is the heart of the mausoleum, where the Order kept the dragon prisoner and harvested dragon tear. The Order perfected a technique to distill medicine from the preternatural magic imbued in dragon tear. So you were right in thinking you could find Mars' cure here. Sherwin pays you no mind. How I detested that medicine. It took my parents from me. You struggled to conceal your shock that you and Sherwin suffered the same tragedy. Nursing his grudge, he infiltrated the Order so that he could destroy it from the inside out. After being elevated to the Order's highest echelons, he learned that the dragon was the source of the medicine. Ever since, he had been awaiting his chance to kill the dragon. He finally got it atop the volcano. Now all that's left is to destroy this forsaken place, and the realm will be restored to how it was before the medicine, to how it ought to be. Sherwin stands before the altar and begins mumbling an incantation. It looks like he's gearing up to perform some sort of rite. The mausoleum will be destroyed if you don't stop Sherwin. And if that happens, you'll never get your hands on any dragon tear.
Right.
Prepare yourself.
Alright. Nothing left for us to do, really. Go in and hope we can win this boss fight in one go.
You attempt to stop Sherwin's rite. But the fallen Ivory Order trio totter to their feet. Master Sherwin, says Winifred, unable to quell her trembling. Why? You used us, growls Berwin, narrowing his eyes at Sherwin. Your actions betray everything the Order stands for, spits Hedwin. Sherwin does not dispute the accusations. On the contrary, he confirms them. Everything I've done, including using you, is to purge this world of that medicine. Sherwin returns his concentration to the right. Whatever Sherwin is doing, it isn't good. But you just stand there watching him. You race toward Sherwin to stop the rite, but then Winifred blocks your way.
So, in a bit of an ironic twist, Sherwin is
Winifred
technically
puts
the
out
good
her
guy
arm.
in this
You're
scenario.
not strong enough to stop him.
But obviously, going about it in the utmost, most ridiculous way possible.
He's one of the strongest among the Ivory Order's ranks, she says. Still, says Melanie, batting Winifred's hand out of the way, we have to do something. Let us help. Sherwin pivots to face you, snarling. I will crush any who dare stand in my way. Sherwin attacks.
Alright, so in this first phase of the fight, we gotta reduce his HP to 0. But yeah, the whole reason Sherwin is doing this, if people haven't caught that yet, because of the way it is sort of explained going into these chapters, is that Sherwin also suffered tragedy because of that medicine, and joined the Ivory Order in order to prevent them from doing more harm to everybody else. But in doing so, him joining the Ivory Order obviously meant that he had to do some things he didn't quite agree with. This first phase of the fight is pretty easy to do since we have the Ivory Order helping us out. It's the second and third phase that I'm not really looking forward to. Alright, and before I forget, I need to put on Dark Floor. And I probably should heal up just to be on the safe side before going into this next phase. We're already full. Okay, never mind then.
Sherwin, bloodied and beaten, lies sprawled across the ground. Give up already, you say? Then, from the folds of his cloak, Sherwin withdraws a vial of dragon tear. So it has come to this, he murmurs, before gulping it down. Sherwin's body begins morphing into something grotesque.
Alright, so consuming raw dragon tear,
in your head.
Not a good idea.
A lifeless world. A deathless world.
Knowing that even the diluted version of the dragon's tear that's in the regular medicine can do damage.
This fetid plane will be purged so that it gleams pure white once more. I, the Owisiswin, will make sure of it.
Alright, so now we're in the real boss fight. Alright, so we're gonna start off with a generate, with charge. We're gonna hit with destruction. Mostly be using Mar right here on this phase to deal our damage while we have the Ivory Order. But yeah, deals a lot of damage, so we gotta be very careful. That's fine. We just need to keep Par alive. I'm probably gonna pass this turn. And 5 Melanie. Just because I can't do a destruction on this turn. Because then we get the free heal from Winifred. Just gonna heal. So we just need to get them below 30 at this point here. Thank you, Happenstance.
We, too, bear some of the blame for allowing this to happen. Winifred and the others combine their magic for an all-powerful strike. The brunt of the blow renders the Owishiswin motionless. But in your head echoes a familiar voice. There is no denying me. This world will fall, as will you. The Owishiswin stirs, stretching his humongous wings. Their power depleted, Winifred and company retreat from the fort. The Owishiswin screeches a bloodthirsty shriek as he bears down on you once again.
Right. Alright, we don't have backup now, so we're on our own. And each of the wings has different properties and abilities that they can do. They can heal, they can cause status effects, things like that. So we want to take care of them quickly, so it's just the head. So we're going to be focusing down on them. And trying to heal through any damage and things that we might run into. Good crit. If you go straight for the head, like, you're gonna have a hard time, so we want to, kind of deal with the wings so that we don't keep getting these RNG status rolls and things like that. Okay, getting cursed is really bad. Because I can't, heal Melanie, but I'm gonna heal Ash instead. And then we're gonna go for a Tri-Blade. Okay, we got a crit, which is good. We want to kill that wing that's healing. I know Melanie's gonna go down, but we'll pick her back up. But we try to have those elixirs. Okay, so we resisted. We need to go for a heal here, and then we'll have Ash pick up Melanie. And hope that we don't get hit with an AoE. deadly poison's not the greatest to see. Happenstance, please don't troll me like this. I do not want you buffing the boss. And if I self-buff, by the way, like, he'll just negate that like he just did if I had any bots on. Eight damage is nothing. I mean, Happenstance is helping, but it's also gonna hurt me if it keeps doing this, because I don't want it buffing the boss too. Melanie's gonna go down again, fortunately. So I do need to spend a turn to heal. Once I get the wing down that heals, then we can focus on the one that's giving status buffs. Or status debuffs. But I need to stabilize first. If I can get Melanie up and then hit with another 0 element, then we should be good to go. I just need to hang in there for an opportunity. There we go. Okay. One's down, we just need to get the left wing now. Each time we take out the wing, the head is gonna get buffed up. But I rather that boss only get 1 attack over 3 in its turn rotation. Okay, Melanie's cursed again, which is not good. We know that that just means that she's going to go down, because I can't heal her. Mar doesn't really need to do anything special, we can just regular attack there. And then now we can focus on dealing with the boss. With the head. We can let's go for a generate here so we have ample gems to spend. Self-heal. He's going... He really likes the AoE there. I need him to stop doing that. Please stop with the supernova. I cannot do anything if you keep supernovaing like this. Thank you. Now we can try to pick up Melanie again, hopefully, and stabilize. I'm gonna spend a turn just to heal her up out of danger, so she can at least survive. Alright, it's stabilized. Prioritize keeping Mar alive since you deal the most damage to the boss. We finally get a chance to use the Soothe Stone here so we can follow up with a Zero Element.
The
Nice.
Wishes Wind's power inhibits your actions.
Alright. Got through that.
The Wishes Wind
Alright,
gathers his
we're
immense
coming up on
strength.
time.
You have to do something.
Scripted fight
The Wishes Wind's
to
power
end
binds you.
this with.
Struggling against his power, Melanie recalls Vince's final words. Your spell can make this world a better place. Through everything, realization strikes her. The only way out of this is to use forbidden magic.
Very happy that boss fight went decently like it did. I could always go far worse, but I'm glad that those extra levels paid off.
Melanie recites the spell, then turns to you. I'm sorry, she says, her voice faint. You'll have to finish what you started without me. Melanie's powerful magic has bound the Wishes Wind. That same power, though, has also bound her.
Alright, so Melanie's casting Forbidden Magic,
Power
which we all
drained
know is
from
not good.
casting the spell, Melanie
Because
collapses.
That means
to the
she's gonna
ground.
sacrifice herself just like what happened to Vince.
Her spell breaks the power binding you. You can move freely again and feel your strength return. The spell has bound the Wishes Wind. Now's your chance to end this.
So Bruno gets put in, which is fine.
Give it
So we just have
all
10
you
turns to
got.
knock him down, which is easy enough to do. Especially with Mar being an MVP and an absolute champ like she is. Now we have to just deal the final blow to end this. Time's not going to be once the boss is defeated, it'll be once we get to the credit roll. After we do some post-boss fight stuff to wrap up the story. I'm just very happy we managed to get through that last phase the way we did. Could have been, like I said, a lot worse had we not had the opportunity to stabilize. We give Bruno the final kill this time. That's the first. And then we get 9,999 XP, and same with money. Not that it matters, but we go up 2 levels immediately because of how underleveled we were.
You defeated the Owishiswin. Sherwin, returned to his human form, seems not long for this world.
Alright, so now we have to aid Melanie in chat. We have a very important decision how to close out this run.
You rush to Melanie's side. The moment you reach her, you notice something strange. Melanie's transformed into a monster. Just then, Winifred and the others return from their search of the area.
So in a moment here, chat's gonna have to decide before I make an executive decision if we're going to save Mar, our sister, and make her human again, or we save Melanie and make her human instead. We can only choose one.
Emergency stores of dragon tear kept in the altar were all dashed upon the ground during your battle with Sherwin.
I'll let you folks decide on that over the next couple minutes here.
Despair buckles your knees. You've lost Melanie and any hope of changing Mar back. Winifred slips something into your hand. You hold it up. And see the empty vial of dragon tear that Sherwin drank. But if you squint, you can make out one last drop in the bottom. You got a vial of dragon tear from Winifred. The world, cut off from its supply of medicine with the dragon's death. Your twin, for whom you have searched high and low for some way of restoring her human form. And Melanie, transformed into a monster and lying prone before your very eyes. You must decide for which purpose to put the all-powerful dragon tear. Think long and hard about this one.
Alright. Who are we doing? I know there's a third option, but we're going to ignore the third option. So we're either saving Melanie or turning back Mar. I got 1 Mar, 1 Melanie. Two Mars. I'll give this a few more seconds before we make the decision here because of Twitch delay. Flipped a coin, says Mar. Okay, it looks like Mar is leading unless we have a few more people that want to save Melanie. But I do agree right now that Mar is probably... Mar should be saved. Much as I do like Melanie. It's our sister, right? Alright. I guess we're gonna go save Mar. See, you would think that, but that's not the case. If we bring back the dragon's gonna leave. Because obviously we don't want the dragon to suffer and be tortured again. So then we wouldn't be able to save either of them. There is a fourth option, but as I said, we can't do that one. But anyways, I guess we're saving Mar. And it has a lot to do with those cards that we picked up.
You tip
we need
the
10 of
dragon
them.
tear over Mar.
And we only have 2. Because we did the any percent route.
Mar turns back into a human. You rush to her side and give her the biggest bear hug in the history of bear hugs. The monstrous Melanie looks on with a vacant stare. After escaping the mausoleum, you take Melanie and Mar with you on another sojourn round the realm. Perhaps due to the length of time she spent as a monster, Mar has trouble speaking. The only thing that hasn't changed is her appetite. Melanie, on the other hand, follows the two of you everywhere you go, in total silence. You think she can understand your conversations, but you aren't sure how much of Melanie is really left inside the monster. Afterwards, news of the dragon's imprisonment at the hands of the Ivory Order and the medicine they forced him to make spreads like wildfire. A rash of skirmishes breaks out over the increasingly rarer medicine that is the dragon's legacy. Chaos envelops the realm.
And that's time. Alright, that is the first of 3 Voice of Cards games down. Hope y'all enjoyed that, and very happy that we came a good chunk under estimate, thankfully, because happenstance and the encounters and RNG and stuff weren't nearly as rude as they usually would be in this game. So that makes me worry that we're going to have a hell of a time with Forsaken Maiden and Beasts of Burden, which are significantly harder, and those are both going to be about a 12-hour run apiece. So I hope to see you folks throughout the rest of Lots of Lore, but if you enjoyed this and want to see the continuation of our lovely story with the Voice of Cards games, then tune back in tomorrow on Monday around the same time, and we'll be doing Forsaken Maiden, followed by Wednesday with the appearance of Beast of Burden. But yeah, I gotta try to sneak in some extra practice with those 2 games, because those ones are way harder. And I'm not joking on that in the speedrun. But yeah, I enjoyed these games. For context, the any percent for this game without like letting the Game Master do their thing is about 2.5 hours with good pace and RNG. So keeping that in mind, because these games are pretty heavy on the voice acting with the story and stuff. That's why the estimates are as long as they are. Anyways, if you like that stuff, you can follow me on Twitch. I stream a lot of games, primarily RPGs and action games. I've been recently playing a lot of rhythm games, such as Mash VP and Kalpa. Kalpa being a visual novel that's also a rhythm game. And I also occasionally do speedruns of shmups and beat-em-ups on occasion as well. So. But my main bread and butter is the action and RPGs. But it's been nice to branch out over the, I don't know, almost a decade now into other games that aren't finally Drakengard or Nier or Yokotaro. So, yeah, speedrun a wide variety of games. So if you're ever interested in any of the stuff that I do, or want to talk shop about the Drakengard Nier stuff, and let me know. I'm also the world record holder for Dodd 2, which I've showcased during Lots of Lore on RLOL before. And maybe in the future I'll bring it back. But, anyways, that's it for me. I believe we're going to be getting ready for the next run. So I'm very happy we came significantly under estimate. I was very worried about some of these boss fights, but thankfully, we didn't have to restart any of them. But, yeah, I will see you folks next time. Enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or night. Thanks for watching.